Hello, 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 beloved audience, and welcome again to the now second installment of my D&D show Performance Check, Season 1, The Empire of Blood, Episode 2, What Lies Beneath. The last time that we envisioned the adventures...
Love you all and happy to be here.
Thank you for the subscription, Ben. You fucked up my intro. That's okay. I love you. As I was saying, the last time that we turned our gaze to our ill-fated heroes here within the Empire of Eurydia, we met them all in small individual snapshots during a Colosseum battle of great proportion, as the Empress herself, Leora Divia, was in attendance with not one but two announcements, one far more earth-shattering than the last. The first was the announcement of another sustainment as another member of the Order of the Order of the Sustaining Mother, Calliope, a personal friend to Ibis, and the second, a groundbreaking discovery that the Empress was with child, and in due time, a new heir to the Empire would take the throne. After this, the party all dispersed and went on their various ways, some meeting up with each other, others being humiliated in the street, and others still returning to dour and dilapidated homes. Each of them spent their day each receiving a missive that the Order of the Sustaining Mother had a job for each of them. And so they were summoned to meet up with a representative of the Order to give them the debriefing of their mission. We all found out that the water supply in the Eurydian Empire has recently been contaminated by some sort of arcane anomaly. The exact nature of this is not known, and it is in fact the job of our ill-fated heroes to find it out. It was revealed specifically to Ibis that while the rest of the members of this group are expendable, this, for her, is a personal trial. And Ibis was advised, even if the mission fails, to guarantee her own survival above everyone else's. The party made their way to the aqueducts and the entrance into the sewer, where a dour sense of hopelessness and something gigantic looming in the shadows prevailed. Or pervaded. That's what I was looking for. Now I'm going to go ahead and undeafen here in the Discord. Hi, ill-fated heroes.
Hello.
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 Without further ado, with all of our mismatched souls put together in a even more unstable group, let us get in to the second episode of The Empire of Blood, What Lies Beneath. Where we left off, you were all sitting at the base of the sewer, having not yet entered it. And we saw off-screen that there is definitely something looming in the central basin, where the transmutation sigils lining that room constantly recreate all of the city's water supply each and every day. With the 6 of you gathered, you have nowhere to go but down. What would we like to do?
Look for a way up.
Look for a way up. You do not find one. You can climb back up to the city and abandon the mission, but then the government is on your ass, and that's not good.
What?
What?
Were we given like a time? I mean, two of us would sell each other out.
You weren't exactly given a timeline for when it needs to be done, but it is you are very much nudged in the direction of sooner rather than later.
Yeah, when do our tracking collars detonate?
I'm not gonna tell you when they detonate. That spoils the fun for me.
So you're
Yeah.
implying that they do in fact detonate.
Is everyone actually wearing their pin?
So
This is just
this
like
is actually a
for us.
very good question. So, if you do not attune to the pin, whoever is keeping track of these magical brooches will know that you are not attuning to the brooch. However, again, attuning to it does give you a +1 to your AC and to all saving throws. So,
So no, I'm gonna wear it because having a better AC is very nice.
okay.
Yeah,
So I guess the question I'm gonna ask first: who is wearing the brooch of scrying? Or
Me.
Tirfi,
Yeah, girl.
Galatea.
okay,
Tirfi will wear it after balancing either maybe having people read her mind or definitely outing herself as somebody who doesn't want her mind read.
Tara honestly considered having, knowing that in her mind that Kip is not a reputable person, just having Kip hawk it for her, but then attuned to it.
okay. Galatea attunes to the brooch. Ebis attunes to the brooch. Kip attunes to the brooch. Lysandra, Tara. Tirfi, did you? I wanted to
Yes.
re-clarify.
Yes, it does.
Yes, you did. Everyone
Plain and clear, I'll
attunes
clarify for
to
you.
their brooches, and immediately the sensation that you are being watched sinks over all of you. But you are hardier, and you are better able to resist what is to come. A trade-off that we will see in time the value of. Alright, let me actually play this in the roll 20 instead of just playing it in. Hold on. Da da da. All right. One more very important question for everybody. What is the marching order? Who is descending in the front? And who is following in line?
So, Tara would actually ask the group who all can see in the dark.
That's a very good question. Who can
Who
see in
does?
the
This is a
It's a good
great question
question.
actually. Who has dark vision?
Because Tara does, and Tara is willing to go first. But
I
Tara
can
also
see
wants
in
to
the
stick
dark.
by Lysandra.
I don't think I do.
I don't think I can see in the dark either.
You should. Vic. Eva should have dark vision.
Oh, good.
Is it Lamia? Yeah, because I have it too.
Oh yeah.
If someone either has like dancing lights, the light spell, or a torch, if Typhon is out, he increases the light as it like reflects off of his scales.
But the question is, if
Yeah.
you use Typhon for a light source, are you willing to risk giving away your position to whatever is crawling around in the sewers?
I can't control what Typhon does. I'm just warning people. If you pull out a torch, he is going to amplify it. He bounces off light. I can see in the dark though, so I'm good. Contrary to the blindfold.
Contrary to the blindfold, does have dark
Contrary to
vision.
the blindfold.
Tara just takes extra precautions because of the blindfold.
Mhm.
Like she
Very
knows
fair.
that Lysandra can see to an extent,
Mhm.
but she takes extra precaution because she has an extra deal of care for Lysandra, probably than pretty much anyone else.
Mhm.
It's Lysandra and Tirfi, and it's
Perfect.
Tearfree brought a lantern and would like to see. So, like, lighting it and probably middle of the marching order. She's a Gish, so.
Okay.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, Galatea can also go on the front.
Okay. So, Galatea and Tara bringing up the front.
Tevis will be somewhere in the middle.
Tearfree towards the middle, Ebis towards the middle, Lysandra and Kip.
I probably will be at the back because of how big I am.
Lysandra in
Kip
the
will
back.
be right
ring.
in front of you.
Okay, so marching order. I will say the passageways throughout the sewer here, like if once you get into the sewer, you would see that in very classic fashion, it is a large central sort of dugout that goes throughout the entire sewer, and that's where most of the water and sewage and detritus flows through. And then there are 2 raised platforms 10 feet above that, and each of those platforms are about 10 feet wide. So this means that everyone except for Lysandra can double up next to someone. Lysandra takes up a total of 4 squares, or a grand total of 20 feet. 10 to the side, and then, so like 10 width, and then 10 length. So, Lysandra, for sure, cannot have anybody on either side of her, but everyone else can. So we're doing, in the front, Galatea and Tara, side by side. Then Ebis and Tearfree, then Kip, then Lysandra. Does that sound good?
Mm-hmm.
Perfect.
Sounds perfect for me.
Eric.
And so, you all begin to descend. Dun dun. Let me go ahead and double check my notes here.
Oh my god, she's pulling out the notes.
Into the darkness we go.
Please brain move.
I forgot to grab my notebook. I should do that.
Ah, shit. Links, the notes.
I have them open,
Where are
unlike
they? Where are they?
all but one of you.
Okay, let me.
So,
Taking notes.
Lysandra, for you, coming down from a ladder is easier than going up the ladder. You are able to descend into the sewer with no problem. But you are aware, if you are crunched for time, getting out of the sewer might become a little bit of an issue for you.
I just want she was the
no.
last person to come down. Because you probably took a good 15 minutes to come down.
Look, when you're a big old snake lady with no legs, ladders are kind of difficult.
Don't worry. If we have to get out quickly, Tara will just carry you.
Don't worry, I have plan B. Pocket snake time.
Yeah,
That's
what
right.
I'm.
You
You
did-
can just pocket snake.
You did prepare a Curio transmutation, which will allow you to, polymorph yourself into a small animal of a certain challenge rating, of which I believe
thought you
we
were
checked
saying,
that a snake was okay.
I thought you were saying you were gonna pick her up in like a cute way, but no pocketing the snake.
Yo, Tara, do the same. Do either one.
Yeah, Tara is definitely beefy enough to be able to do either. Okay.
Well, so Tombi raises a very valid point.
What?
Couldn't Lysandra just stretch up the ladder?
I mean, that's also fair. There's multiple contingencies. The thing about Lysandra is, one, what part of the tail is able to support her weight and allow her to stretch? Because there is still only so much that she can stretch. Because the further back in the tail you get, generally the weaker the musculature is. Because the tail thins out and gets a lot more frail towards the back. The other part is it's also just a matter of like just regular climb speed, of which Lysandra has half of the normal amount of. And basically she treats ladders like difficult terrain.
It's also, Lysandra has a 6 in strength, so she's not very strong.
And I will say, the ladder does go down a good, like, I almost want to say, like, 30 to 40 feet. It's a fucking Dark Souls ladder. It goes down for a bit.
The last ladder in Metal Gear Solid 3.
Yes, oh god, that fucking ladder. I hate that ladder. That ladder is a bitch. Anyways. Still, again, it is easier for her to get down than it is for her to get up. You all descend down the, again, 40, 50-ish foot ladder. When you touch upon the flagstone making up the sewer beneath you, you see that there are 3 branching paths and different waterways. One heads directly to the north of you. One goes out to the east and then branches into one going north and south. Same with the one on the west. So there's one that goes due north, one that stretches out both east and then west. Probably a good, I'd want to say, maybe 120 feet or so before they separate into 2 other corridors, one going north, one going south. So there's a total, from your current approximation, of 5 different directions that you could go from this current point.
Chirfy is going to mount the lantern on the one of the ends of her staff. And she is lighting it because it would be nice to not trip.
It would be very nice to not trip. Okay, so a light source is officially in the area. What is the like bright light and dim light radius of that?
That is dim light. That is bright for 30, dim for 30.
Bright for 30, dim for 30. That definitely catches Typhon. So, how much does Typhon amplify that light?
Typhon has to be within 5 feet of the source of the light. So
Oh,
does that
within
count?
5 feet of the source. Well, technically, Typhon is not within 10 feet of the source, unless Typhon is in the space next to Kip. If Typhon is on your person, since it's Lysandra, then Kip, then Ibis and Tyrfy, Typhon won't catch that light unless he moves forward a space.
He won't move forward yet.
Okay.
No, I
We
think he's-
gave it to him to hold his mouth.
Oh.
Then it would amplify to 40 feet. Because
Okay.
he adds an extra 10 to both of it.
Okay. Very,
He's
very,
slight-
very good to know.
He is stronger than Lysandra by 1 point. I will have you know.
I love him. Alrighty. So, you guys have a total of 5 branching paths. What are we thinking?
5 branching paths.
Unfortunately, I did not have the time to put together a map for the sewer itself, just the basin where the combat is. But I do have a very vague sense of the layout in my notes.
So there would be no such convenient thing as a like municipal sewage system map or directions on walls.
You are here.
Would there?
It did not occur to me that might probably be a thing that regularly is a yeah, okay. I'm going to go ahead and say
If masons need to come down here to do
yeah.
maintenance, then some record of like
I
direction
feel like-
would be valuable to them.
I feel like, especially in like an Arcana tech society, they probably could just like give you a magical item that produces a map.
Or a magic
However,
school of thread.
I do think it does make sense as a fail-safe for there to be directions. But what I am going to say is like there are like labels and writings carved into the wall. However, those
what-
words
like
are
what street you
very
blow?
but those are very faded. And the stone is weathered, and some of the phrases are hard to make out. I will let you do an intelligence investigation check to make sense of the weathered writing carved into the walls. I will give you that.
I'm pretty good at investigation.
Pretty good at investigation.
It would help if I wasn't so far back. Gotta stretch my whole body over.
Whole body.
I'm gonna be like, well, actually.
Oh, that's wonderful.
So, would they give us such a map and point out the destination of the reservoir?
I mean, we've kind of already established that this empire kind of sucks, but I think they would have given you a rudimentary map of the sewer.
Or would they not give us a map because it's a test for Ebis?
Yeah.
Ooh,
it's
actually,
kind of a test,
that's a
so I
very
don't
fair
know.
point. You know, I forgot to say it before, so I'm gonna let it remain canon that there was no map handed out to any of you, because this is secretly a test for Ebis, put together by the Order.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Let's...
Would I be able to know where geographically, beneath the city, that the reservoir is supposed to be? Is that a known thing?
Now that I like. Go ahead and give me intelligence history.
Untrained?
Are you not proficient?
Not proficient, no.
Let's see. I think
are.
I think I'll
nature.
also let this be. I'll also let this be investigation.
I also wanted to ask if I could tell which direction the water is flowing from, because water flows from where it's the highest, which should be the reservoir, to where it's lowest.
Yeah. That's also what I was kind of thinking of. Just trying to find where the water is coming from.
Got it.
So-
Absolutely. So I think between Galatea and Ebis, which of you actually weirdly in this case, because this is magically generated and created water, so it has its own strange properties. So I think between Galatea and Ebis, whoever has the highest arcana may roll it with advantage as the other one helps you.
Oh, Arcana. Oh,
Yes.
Arcana?
I have
Arcana.
a -2. I have a -2.
Okay. So I guess I'll roll Arcana, which isn't awesome for me.
Okay, and then that is at advantage because you are receiving help from Galatea.
State my roll as well.
Oh, I see it. 25. Okay. 25 and a 15. So, we're going to start first. Ebis. You are looking at the way that the water in like the lower like waterway beneath you is flowing. And something definitely catches your eye. That being, first of all, the water, it's hard to call it water. It's incredibly viscous and almost moves in a way that is tar-like, but still, in a strange sense, maintaining the speed of flowing water. And it has this grotesque greenish tinge to it. And you spot a very strange thing beneath the water. It is up to you if you would like to go and retrieve this thing. However, you do see flowing through the water what looks like a maybe 3 centimeter thick, cracked green eggshell that has like a very like keratinous texture on it and looks bumpy and uneven. And it is slowly coming your way from down the current. While you decide what you're going to do about that nonsense, Tirfi, you are thinking about, you're going grander scale, and rather focusing on the water that's here in the room, you're thinking of your understanding of the city's layout and where most of the bathhouses reside and where most of the wells reside, and you're able to put together which path goes to which part of the city just from the section that you're in right now. And you have the surest sense that the path that is going immediately due north is what's going to take you further in the direction of the basin.
Okay. Actually, I do have something I want to do with the water. Not related to Ebis. What Ebis noticed.
Sure.
Tirfi is going to. I'm sure he would have covered her nose and mouth with a rag face cover, and is going to take a ladle and scoop up a sample of the water and deposit it into one of her jars.
That's so gross.
Perfect. You get one of your jars, take a little ladle, scoop it up, collect a sample of the corrupted water. And again, kind of like I described with Ebis, it still flows like water. It's very like in defiance of what you know about like chemical physics. But it flows the same way as water, but it has a viscosity and like a stickiness to it that's almost like tar.
So it flows like Ghibli water.
Yeah, exactly. It flows like Studio Ghibli water. That's, you know what? You know what? Take a point of inspiration.
It looks unnerving, but strangely appetizing.
That's fucking, yeah.
Water.
It flows like Studio Ghibli water. That's fucking perfect.
Yeah, so she takes her sample, looks at the ladle again, drops it in the water, notices people's reactions. I'm not taking it to drink. Corks it and stows it away. And then indicates north. This is likely our best route.
Are you sure? We, about the drinking then. If you gave me a copper piece, I would do it.
A copper?
Disgusting.
Copper?
No.
I know how many things you would do for a copper piece.
For a copper?
It has ceased to be novel.
Alright, let us go.
I'm
There's
sorry, are
something in
we
the water.
harming the seriousness of your suicide mission?
What was that, Ibis?
There's something in the water. It's like an egg. There's an egg. There's an egg in the water.
There's
Would
a
you
lot
like
of
me-
stuff in the water.
Would you like me to retrieve it?
No.
If you
don't
can,
do
yeah.
that.
We would do it for
If,
copper.
Don't.
if you would like me to, I can go in and retrieve it.
Please.
She dunk her head in too.
How are you also fine just being in this disgusting place?
I have been in much worse places than these.
Oh my god.
I promise.
Really?
I slept in the
Ugh.
wilderness
You all do
for
know
most
this is
of my
where
life.
You all do know that this is where all the water for all of the capital comes from, right?
Okay, but it smells so bad.
Yes, have you ever been to a watering hole where wild beasts live? Smells about the same. And Tara will get into the water to try and retrieve the egg.
I mean, we're here to fix it, so.
Yeah.
Okay, you can all have fun splashing around in that. I'm good up here.
To Lysandra.
Mhm.
You are responsible for her bathing once we are done with this.
I am responsible for my own bathing, thank you.
I was
Someone
going
to
to say,
remind you.
I will remind her, yes.
So Tara, are you going in to get it or not?
Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Tara's going in.
For sure. You leap into the water and dip into the flowing waterway. And again, it's torrential, but it's also like sticking to you. And it's almost like it's almost pushing you back farther than the water torrent itself should be capable of doing, just by virtue of the amount of force that it has.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
Do
it's
I need to make a strength save?
Yes, you do. It's actually funny that you mention it. You do need to make a strength save. Please and thank you.
Good thing I didn't go into the water.
21.
21. And is that with the +1 from the brooch or no?
No, so
No.
22.
So 22. In spite of this viscous, tar-like, unusually sticky, but still very fast-paced and torrential water current blasting against your body, you have resisted greater forces than this. And so you trudge the same. It looks like you're trudging through normal water, the speed at which you are able to move through this torrent. It's like you're walking on the bottom of a swimming pool relative to the speed of everything, which is insanely impressive.
Now my question is how like deep is this water? Because Tara's like almost 7 foot.
Oh yeah, it's easily like 5 foot depth. It's coming up to like slightly higher than the base of your ribs.
I'm so glad I didn't jump in.
So glad Ibis would have disappeared if she jumped in there.
Ibis is gone.
Ibis vanishes. So yes, you drop into the water, push through the torrent, and you catch the piece of eggshell that is blasting through the water that Ibis pointed out. You pull it out of the water, and kind of like I described before, the surface of this like 3 centimeter thick eggshell is bumpy and uneven, and you sort of like rub like your fingers over it and get a sense of what it is. Because you're holding it, Tara, I'm gonna have you make me a nature or arcana check, your choice. And then anyone else can if they see fit. A 20.
21 with the brooch. I think. No, wait, that doesn't.
The brooch doesn't apply to skill checks.
Okay. Okay, cool. Yeah, 20.
So you pick up the shell and you look over it. You look at like the slimy film on the inside. Look over the surface of the egg.
Yeah, I was gonna ask if, because Tara is a hunter and does like this all the time, would she know like kind of what this was?
Yeah. There's one more thing trapped within the egg's membrane that gives it away, which is one loose green scale. And you hold the eggshell in your hands, and you hold the loose scale that is like curling up and withering as it's like starting to, in and of itself, like there's a certain word for it and I can't remember, but it's the way that like a scale gets old and curls and yeah. You have no doubt in your mind. This is a green dragon egg.
Oh shit. All right. Fuck, my accents have all been fucked up. You fumbled me. Tara will pull herself up out of the water and go, well, we are fucked.
Why?
This is dragon scale.
Now, you are aware, based on like what stage of like whatever the name of the transition is that the scale is going through, and also like the like how like hard and like the pigment of the egg and the fact that it hasn't started fading. The wormling that was in this egg hatched maybe at best a week ago.
Well, from what I can tell, this is the scale of a green dragon, likely still a baby. Maybe a week old, but a week-old dragon is still a dragon. So we should tread carefully, and the fact that there is a baby dragon implies there is a mother dragon.
You know what else it implies? Maybe we're done with the job. Maybe this is our problem. Problem solved. Maybe we can leave.
We don't know that for sure.
Can I?
Do you want to go back up and report that yourself? You want to see how that will go?
Belle, can I ask once more, for a second nature check at advantage because you succeeded the first one?
Sure.
Okay.
It's another 20.
Another 20. So, as you say Mother Dragon, some interesting information about chromatic dragons within the setting of Vale. Rather than being straight up always evil, which I always hate as a trope of like, yes, this thing is evil because it's in its nature. Shut up. Rather than it being straight up evil, the thing that makes chromatic dragons different from metallic dragons is very much the nature versus nurture debate. Metallic dragons are much more caring to their clutches and are like more around and more attentive as parents. Chromatic dragons largely tend to leave a clutch of eggs behind and greet whichever wormlings survive and make it back to the parent. So one of them is tender and caring for their clutch of eggs. The other only cares for the ones that survive their process of hatching and surviving and feeding themselves. So, because this is a green dragon egg, you might not have... The mother dragon is something you still need to worry about, but it's not something that you think is an immediate threat. If the mother dragon is going to make an appearance, it's probably going to be months from this point. Still foreboding, but you can say almost with a certainty that the mother dragon is not here.
Tara will kind of think that over and go, what I can tell you is we have two options if it is a baby dragon. We can kill it, probably. Or, if we want to stand to make a good bit of coin, potentially, if the dragon mother is not, how you say, a bitch, we can bring the baby back. Because she's not here. They often leave their young. So we can bring the dragon to its mother, showing that it has survived and likely thrived for weeks, and potentially make a good bit of coin.
One more prevalent piece of information for you because of your 2 dirty 20s on these successive nature checks. The average clutch for green dragon eggs specifically tends to be a little bit smaller than the clutch of eggs of other chromatic dragon types. Red dragons tend to have the largest clutches, often coming in at maybe 15 to 20 wormlings. With green dragon clutches, you're looking at maybe like in between 5 to 8.
And are they generally left in the same place, would you think?
Generally.
Another problem. This is likely not the only one.
Also, how the hell did the egg get in here?
Well,
Did
from,
the egg get in here?
Natural
from
cave formations underneath the mount, which are larger than the tunnels, allowing a dragon to get in. What would your plan be to coax out a horde of little dragons? Would we send in Lysandra's pet to be friendly? Arrange a playdate?
Fantastic idea.
or we lay out food for bait.
Potentially, probably both.
Probably, yes.
Both Typhon and I can speak Draconic, so if they have an inkling of speech or recognition of it, that could be a possibility.
Okay, hold on, wait. Are the green dragons, are those ones the smart ones? Or are they stupid? Some of the dragons are really smart. Some of them are.
So, as far as like the differences between the other
Oh, no, I'm
chromatic
asking
dragons,
the character. Because Kip's being intentionally obtuse.
got it.
I mean, they're babies, so
Yeah.
I
they
guarantee
also
every
don't
single
speak.
one is smarter than you.
Wow, rude, but fair. Okay. But even I am smart enough to recognize that going in there might not be smart. Wonderful, dramatic, heroic, tragic, and all that, probably, but not smart.
Well, it depends on what you consider smart. Profitable is another word you could use for it. If we
Well,
survive.
Okay. In this context, smart means least likely to end up in death.
Well,
Yeah.
Whoever said that was I suppose.
I know that going in is a risk, but I'm also wise enough to know that if we go out without clear evidence of what is in here, other than that eggshell, we are going to be in some trouble. Because they are most likely testing me, Ibis, and I don't know who else of this group. Maybe you, Lysandra. Maybe you, Tara, as well. Maybe you. I don't know your name. Sorry. You too. Oh yeah, I do know your name. You told me before. Sorry, I forget a lot of things. Yeah. Well, here's the thing. We all know that that the people that sent us here want a good showing of work. We just go out of here without any results other than an eggshell. They might just tell us that we were lazy or cowardly and not give us anything at all.
I agree
Or
with that.
worse.
Yeah.
or we're sent in to do the job that we were sent in to do the first time.
Yeah,
Why
this
don't
is
we just
getting a little
do it well the first time?
conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
How about we just, I don't know, go forward quietly if we have to, because all of you seem to agree that we have to, and we just try not to let them notice us for a bit.
Are you volunteering
Actually,
to scout?
I have an idea.
No.
Kip, you are onto something there, as far as stealth-wise goes.
Thank you.
Hold on, I am not saying you're completely correct, but there is an idea there. What if Lysandra, myself, and Typhon go where we can be seen, acting as the bait, and you all hide. If things go south, we have the element of surprise.
Or we could all hide.
Yes, but I want to pet a dragon.
You wanna pet it?
Yes, they're adorable. Have you ever seen the baby dragon?
No, I haven't.
They are absolutely adorable little creatures.
She has
The
gotten
large
it into
ones
her
are
head that
majestic.
she wants. Sorry.
No, sorry. You go ahead, Tirfi.
She's gotten it in her head that she wants to use herself as bait. It's not worth arguing. But you will need to take this.
Okay. You know what?
Tier
Not my
fees.
problem. Be bait. Have fun.
Tier is going to give you the experimental elixir she prepared this morning. It is a +1 to AC. This should improve your dodging. Reaction
Wonderful.
time.
Thank you, my wonderful friend. And she will take it and kiss Tearfy on the forehead.
Just beautiful friend. Wow.
Jesus.
Another possibility is I could always have Typhon scout ahead, and I could always see through him, as long as he doesn't get detected and everything.
A good idea to me.
Suppose that is an option.
What if we just do all of them? Do that first, and then you guys go, and then everyone else goes, but like quiet.
See, now you get it.
Quick question. Which of the 5 paths are we gonna go down to do all this scouting?
The one.
Tier indicates the north path again.
That one.
That is the path that is directly due north.
So are we sending a dragon in? The sea dragons?
I mean, it's just an offer, like potential solution. We could all just go.
Fantastic solution. Don't put yourself down.
Good idea.
Lysandra just pointedly ignores Kip talking.
It is smart to me. A small thing. Also, maybe, it might mistake it for another of its brood. Should it be
Good
seen?
ideas just keep piling up.
Let's see
Maybe we
how.
should act on some of them. Yeah. You got intrepid adventurers, wonderful heroes, lot adventurers. Let's get some butts moving. Come on.
I will follow where you lead. Tara will say to Lysandra.
I am saying how far I can see from Typhon.
Let me see. Typhon's vision. Typhon has dark vision, correct?
Yes, he has 60 feet.
60 feet.
I'm just seeing if there's like a limit.
Okay, so let's see. Are you sending him full down the tunnel?
Yeah, I just don't know how far I can see with him and still communicate like the find familiar.
Let me double check my. I think I'm going with the same thing on the familiar, which is a distance of 1 mile.
Okay.
Which
Lysandra is deaf, so she can't hear you guys talk to her.
Okay, so you all see Typhon's eyes change into Lysandra's. What were they? Purple?
Yeah, like an amethyst.
Yeah, amethyst reptilian rather than draconic eyes. Typhon rears back and takes flight down the corridor. Lysandra, you are zipping through the corridor as Typhon. There's a couple of like turns and alternative pathways, but you know from what Tearfy has told you that going due north in every circumstance is going to get you to the basin. So you dodge and weave and move your way throughout some of the various sewer tunnels. Go ahead. What's Lysandra's? Or no. What's Tearfy's passive? No, Tearfy? God damn it. Typhon. What's Typhon's passive percent? Okay, 13.
Better than mine.
Okay. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw for Typhon.
Oh no.
He is not proficient in saving throws, I think. Not yet.
Okay.
It's an evolution thing.
And he does not get the bonus from the brooch.
Oh yeah. Yeah, he doesn't.
may I slightly stipulate something before we know exactly how much danger Typhon's in? Tirfi would have wanted to follow somewhat behind, I guess, 100 feet maybe. Probably Tara taking Lisp by the hand in order to guide her. If
Tara will do that.
no one else wants to be in front, Tirfi would, but also might suggest that our chaperone from the Empress, Ibis, take up the lead.
Galatea would also take the front, since she is quite capable on the front line.
I'll go on the front with Galatea.
It's good in the back.
Okay.
This is fine.
So you all are following suit as Typhon is shooting down the corridors.
I believe the plan was to let Typhon try and scout first, but to be ready, like, just in case. And then
That's why we're 100 feet away, kind
Yeah.
of ordeal.
Yeah.
Following
then
slowly and carefully
Alessandra
behind.
and Tara, I think we're gonna follow after little baby Regan
Okay.
first.
I think the plans have changed to we're now all
Yeah.
following him, but 100
Okay.
feet back.
So,
Okay.
with an 18 on your dexterity save, you miss, but still manage to dodge the scaled and barbed tail-like appendage growing out from a puddle of water that lashes out to grab Typhon. You are not grabbed, nor does Typhon take the piercing damage that would have left him restrained. This tail-like appendage, upon missing, does not stay, does not dally. It immediately sinks back into the puddle and almost evaporates in front of Typhon.
Lysandra sees this, but in the way of Typhon just probably call it like rattling in some situation, making like little clicks and chirps. Like he's just a little angry. He's like, "How dare you?"
Thank you for the hydrate, Argonian.
Certified little guy.
The little guy. How dare you hurt me?
Certified little fella. So, does Typhon continue from this point now that the threat has been admonished, or are you continuing deeper?
I think Lysandra, she can't hear the others, but she would like state that like there's something lurking in the water where Typhon was. I don't know. Tap twice if we should keep going.
And
Could we?
dragons swim.
Some dragons can't swim. Out of character, I think.
Some dragons can swim.
Oh.
Those
Typhon
things have,
cannot.
like- Those things at least like have half their land speed for swimming. Is that it? Or is it 5 per?
Don't know.
Did the thing just like evaporate? Or is there actually something in the water?
It sunk back into the water. I mean, that's up to Typhon to investigate further. If Typhon wants to investigate that puddle, or if you just want to say, okay, the threat's gone, I'm going to continue.
Typhon has no intelligence. He shouldn't.
Okay, so does Typhon just keep going?
Lysandra kind of just like insinuated like, hey, tap. She's just telling the group and is like, tap twice.
You just can't get into it because they would never understand.
If we should keep
Tirfi
going.
would.
I didn't realize I
Tirfi
had bit
would
alerts
tap
on.
twice.
Thank you, Argonian, for the 200 bits.
Yeah, Tirfi would tap twice, and let's continue to meet up with the little Dagon.
Okay. You all continue. Typhon resumes flight.
Could he start stealthing? Would that be possible?
Yeah!
I know he would fly slower.
Okay, sure. Go ahead and roll stealth for Typhon for me.
He has advantage on stealth. I
Good for
believe.
him.
Yes, he has advantage on wisdom and stealth checks
Okay.
or perception.
Oh, so his passive perception should have been an 18 because he has
Oh.
constant advantage. That's okay.
That's fine. It's only for hearing and smell. It's not sight.
He still could have heard the I will keep that in mind in the future. 23 on stealth. Typhon continues his flight further and further into the depths of the sewer. What I'm going to do for you, because I think this is fun, I'm gonna have you roll an investigation check using Lysandra's investigation as you are looking through the eyes of Typhon.
Okay. Let's go. It's only a 12.
Okay. Coming into the basin, you see a number of corridors and loose tunnels leading up to a bridge, stone bridge with 4 torches on it that leads onto a large, probably, if you had to guess, 50-foot across circular stone dais with a pentagon-shaped divot in the middle that goes down farther than you can see with Typhon's eyes. There are 3 staircases on the northern side of the dais that push up onto a second platform, which has another staircase leading up to a third platform, and one leading to another platform at the bottom on the other side of the basin. There is a small, rickety wooden bridge that leads to another round platform off to the right of the basin, probably maybe 15 feet across. And what you see there, sleeping, is a grotesque amalgamation of about 5 green dragon wormlings that have all been fused together with tumorous growths stitching across their bodies. It has 3 heads like a hydra. A total of 6 mismatched and deformed and elongated and incredibly thick and strong and muscle-bound legs. 3 tails, each of which end in barbs. And looking at each of the dragon's faces, their scales have grown over their eyes and have encrusted them so that all 5 of these dragon heads are rendered blind. And it is curled up in itself and sleeping on one of the platforms. Nani? God damn it! Argonian played Nani for 300 bits and it scared the fuck out of me.
Good. You deserve it.
Reaction.
How dare you do this to us?
I think
Can
I think
I
Lysandra audibly goes, "Oh no."
Can I have Lysandra roll an Arcana check for me?
Poor babies.
These poor babies.
24.
Okay. Couple of things of note here. The broken and shattered eggshells are around that, like, pentagonal hole. First of all, there is a 6th egg in the room that has not been hatched. Maybe a runt of the litter or something, but there is 1 egg from the clutch that has not hatched yet. So there is going to be 1 perfectly normal wormling. The rest hatched at around the same time. And the magical water that was refreshed every day by transmutation magic is what those dragons slept together for warmth in. And the transmutation magic from the water, it fused itself with their young and very magically pliable and still very, very adolescent bodies. So you have a confirmation with your understanding of the magic here that rather than the dragons corrupting the water, the clutch of dragon wormlings got deformed and warped and mutated by the water, and in return the water became corrupted back. It's almost like this weird, like, parasitic relationship that the dragon has with the magical water. Have fun with that.
Once Liz says, "Oh no," Tirfi would probably stop. Possibly waiting for more information.
I think Lysandra tells Typhon to, like, he has a hover speed technically, so just hover there, or like, don't move, stay quiet, I'll be back, kind of ordeal. And then she will, like, break the connection.
I can't believe you hung up on the baby dragon.
I did. I'll be back, baby. I could just snap him back to me if it comes to it.
There's just a dial tone playing in his head.
Pretty much.
Brr.
And she will explain the situation that she saw. But very quick and rapid, in a sense of, like, the anxiety is kind of building up, and she's like, so, well, technically it's the water's fault, but it's not the water's fault, it's kind of the wormling's fault, but there are 5 wormlings that were transmutated and deformed and warped, mutated into each other, and it's not very pretty. They look very sad, but they're kind of sleeping right now, but there is one egg that seems normal. Everything is okay, I think.
Oh no, I gave the snake anxiety.
Tara will just kind of pat her hand and go, "It's okay. Calm, slow." So the water warped the baby dragons.
In a sense of, they slept in pools that were constantly cast magic upon transmutation, and because of how close approximation they were when they slept together and being near the water, the transmutation magic kind of affected them, but in a negative way, which in turn ended up polluting the water.
Ooh.
Wonderful. Okay.
Oh.
So it's not their fault.
Fuck the Empire.
That's the lesson. That's the lesson. Fuck
Cautionary
the
tale.
Empire.
About the effects of transmutation magic on the environment. Well, yeah.
They took something beautiful and majestic and warped it because they were irresponsible and did not check their own fucking sewers.
Take a pollution angle on it. Wow, this is great. This is great stuff. Let's keep going.
Tara has calmed down but is quietly seeping.
And I think, like, if they're continuing to move, Lysander will just kind of describe, like, the environment of what you saw through Typhon. Just so they're kind of fully aware of, like, what it looks like.
Okay. And with that, the party presses onwards. Now, in full understanding of what they must face. It is an uncomfortable 20 minutes of trudging through the sewers and going down the different twisting corridors, heading due north as many times as it is possible, until you get to the central basin.
Every, like, 2 minutes, I check in on Typhon to make sure he's okay.
He comes back to you at around the halfway point.
Okay.
Typhon is back in your clutches at around, like, the 8 to 10 minute mark.
Okay. I think before we get, like, super, super close, Ibis would be like, so we have to... What are we gonna do here?
We're
put 'em
gonna
out of their
kill
misery.
this thing?
Yeah.
The magic has warped what these beautiful creatures into an abomination. We will put them out of their misery. We will take the egg that is not hatched, and we will find it somewhere safe to hatch and live. And then we will report back to the Empire.
Okay, but it would be a lot sadder if. Oh, you know what? I can embellish that part. That's fine. Go ahead.
Are you trying to make a poem out of this?
You can say whatever you want in your little story. No
I'm
one has to
thinking
know.
more
As a matter of
of a-
fact, it would probably be better if you did make it sound like all of the dragons died.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It'll be so much better that way. More conclusive ending. But no, I wasn't thinking a poem. I was thinking a recitation, an oration, if you will.
So, I'm going to move you all over to the battle map. The way that we're going to do it is like this. You can put yourselves on any position in this battle map, but you cannot get further than halfway onto the bridge. Any other space that is not further than halfway on the bridge is a-okay.
Can I just say, like, as we're walking in, Evis will touch the closest person and just guide them. I don't know who the closest person
honestly,
is, though.
so you have a choice of everyone except Lysandra for that.
I think Evis is just gonna tap Galatea on the
Okay.
shoulder.
Perfect.
So-
Excellent. Galatea, you have guidance.
Got it.
Okay. Place yourselves accordingly.
It is loading.
Ugh, computer, why do you hurt me this way?
Oh, there we are.
Look how big Lysandra is.
Alright.
Giant woman.
I have to check to see how this looks on stream.
It's more
You
than
might-
2 pixels now. I can
You might want to
see.
zoom in.
Yep.
Okay, the bridge with the torches?
Yes. You can't get further than halfway onto that.
Darkness, my old
Okay.
Those lit torches. Are those like
Thank you for the
Like,
Hello
I-
Darkness Redeem
continuous?
Argonian.
Are those continuous flame torches or something?
Yes, they are. Those are magical torches. They don't go out.
I think we just have to not go past here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Tufi
the
is
limit.
going to think aloud. Putting it down is certainly the most forward. I cannot help but think it is giving up, not trying very hard. I wonder if I could create a good enough tranquilizer to put it to sleep, make it movable.
And
That would
then
be
what would we do with it?
very
Are you
difficult.
thinking of trying to? Are you trying to cure it?
Does it have any means of living well after this? Do they even share a digestive tract? Do we have to poison them all? There's too many things to consider.
Oh, that's kind of gross.
I don't know. I think further experimentation on something that has suffered already. It's not right.
Also,
As much as I would like to see you. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
no worries. I just wanted to check real quick to make sure that this works. Can you all see the health bars, but not the numbers of all of your compatriots?
Yes.
I can.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
You might
I'll have
also
the
notice.
creature.
You might also notice that the weird, tumorous young Hydra has 2 health bars.
Mm-hmm.
It's time for a Paragon monster.
Oh.
Tirfi, as much as I believe that curing it would be wonderful if possible, I don't believe it can be done.
Yes, I don't have
I
the
am-
resources of a magical menagerie. I was
And then
just
it's not
wondering.
sad.
Yes. I just. It has suffered enough. It is time for it to die.
All right. In this case, I would like everyone to roll initiative. Combat
Dun, dun, dun.
has not
Dun, dun, dun.
officially begun, but I want to know the acting order now for when everything pops off.
Well,
First
Well,
initiative.
remember that you have the +1 AC for 10 minutes potion. Whenever you decide to
Yes.
take that.
I will take that. Not right this second, but I will take that.
Okay.
And
And-
Typhon goes after my turn, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, also, let me go ahead. It is not an active combatant yet, but I am going to roll initiative for the Drakkar Sonoma.
Oh, don't like that word for it.
Oh,
Why'd you name
yeah,
it
let's
that?
see.
Like that word.
One.
Wait, what?
Okay. It
Well,
it
I'm
rolls with
angry.
advantage, but got an 8 both times.
Sal, I Angie at you.
What, for the Drakkar Sonoma?
Yes.
We're missing Tara.
Isn't that
Also, I feel
name
like I should
awful?
be stressed during this.
Oh, yes, of
Yes.
course. That's good.
You're awful.
Anybody, whoever, is there anybody who is taking stress from laying eyes upon this poor creature?
Let me
I
check
will
my
take. I probably.
notes.
Okay.
Yeah, probably.
Um,
This is awful.
Mhm.
So, my question for everyone who is taking stress. Are you taking a minor, moderate, major, or monstrous amount of stress? This can be tailored to the individual. If you're taking stress, how severe is it?
Tyrfie moderate. This is a thing that can't continue.
Okay.
It is a thing that she wishes she had the time and resources to alleviate and does not.
Okay. Give me a d4. You take a point of stress. Oh. Oh.
Tara is going to take a minor.
Okay. You take. You're guaranteed a single point. Okay. Anybody else?
Oh, I should probably roll a d4.
Okay, Ibis, give me a d4. 2 points of stress.
2.
Lysandra, how much stress?
That's a 2. Yeah.
2. Okay.
I don't take it
Um,
now. I took it back then. I would
Okay.
imagine because Lysandra already saw it
Um,
through Typhon.
Kip or Galatea, are either of you taking stress?
Okay,
No.
I wouldn't.
Okay,
Kip is just standing here thinking of synonyms for grotesque.
got it. Both of
I
you
feel like that's
are
sadder.
both of you are aware of how tragic and monstrous this creature is, and both have different ways of dealing with it other than allowing your mental state to become strained. Okay. Ibis, you are up first. Again, this is not necessarily combat, but every turn that passes, and depending on the actions you take, all of you have a chance on your turn to wake up the Drakkar Sonoma and immediately kick off combat. So, with that in mind, and knowing that at the end of everybody's turns, I am rolling a dice to see if the dragon wakes up. Ibis, what are you doing?
I guess we're moving in to kill it, so she's gonna.
Okay.
try
Also,
and move in there.
Everyone can see it, but it is worth pointing out the egg at the base of that pentagonal hole in the middle of that central dais is out in the open and is available for grabbing should anyone choose to do so.
All right. Well, I know that I said like previously that I was gonna pop a guidance on, but just gonna re-up that since I'm right next to.
Okay. Use your action as you are walking near and around Galatea to restore the guidance and just restart the duration of the buff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just we talked for a second, so I was like, I just want to make sure.
Fair enough.
I think that's as far as I can.
Okay.
Go.
Now that you have passed the bridge, this is more of a passive thing. What is your bonus to stealth?
My bonus to stealth?
Yes. What number do you add to stealth checks?
Would
Basically,
be
what's your passive
2.
stealth? 2. Okay, so passive
2.
stealth of 12.
Yeah. Not very stealthy.
Just stepping onto that platform, you see the Dracarcinoma shift and some of the heads roll before it settles back.
Oh god. You've scared me.
Good! This is what I'm going for.
Very boring.
Alright. How much movement did you use? Let me see.
30. I used all of them.
Okay. Is there anything else you're doing?
I'm checking to see if I have any, like... No. I mean, getting her shield out.
Okay. At the end of your turn, I'm going to roll a D100. The dragon stays asleep.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
Kip.
Okay. Kip is gonna see how much movement that would take. All of it. Great. Okay. I'm gonna move up here.
Okay.
And I am going to use... I have not read... Okay, well, you know what? I know how many I can use in a day. Right? Bardic Inspiration, is that...
Your charisma modifier.
Equal to your charisma mod.
No, I can't remember how many times I can use it.
That's it.
Equal to your charisma
yeah.
mod.
your charisma mod, yeah.
I'm gonna write that down. Charisma modifier is 4.
Okay.
And then they recharge on a long rest.
Okay, there we go. I'm gonna go up next to Ibis.
Okay.
Pat
What
her
is
on the shoulder.
the bonus that you add to stealth checks?
Well, after Bardically Inspiring, I think Kip is going to try and intentionally stealth, if possible.
Okay, so we're resolving this in stages. Stepping over the bridge. What is your bonus to stealth?
5.
5. Dragon doesn't even shift.
Okay.
So this is a critical thing. What are you doing when you are using your bardic inspiration? How are you inspiring your compatriots?
Through stirring words or music. So,
Okay.
yeah, I believe Kip would just try and be like, he would say inspiring words and not do it through music.
Okay. I'm actually gonna go ahead and need that stealth check as part of your inspiration.
I really want to know what Kip says to make
15.
us
15.
like
Oh no,
cool.
this is just for Eva's.
Okay.
Yeah, what exactly do you say to Ibis?
What do you say? What are you cautiously whispering to Ibis to bolster her spirits and leave her
I
inspired?
think Kip would say, "You've trained a long time for this. You've got this." And just give her a reassuring pat.
Okay. Ibis, you get that point of inspiration, and
I'm giving Kip a side eye.
I've trained a long time for killing babies.
Yeah, I've trained a long time to kill baby dragons. Thank you so much, Kip.
Situation.
Perfect. Anything
Whatever.
else on your turn?
I
Thank
think
you so
that's all.
much. I'm mean to you, but
You
Yeah,
still
but
have
the
your
magical
action.
powers of making everything just a little more worse.
Isn't going into stealth?
Oh,
action?
no, that's right.
Yes.
Okay. Gonna roll a d100.
You've doomed us all.
Oh man.
The dragon shifts.
Uh,
One of the heads very drowsily raises. And though it cannot see, it instinctively does a sweep around the room. And the head lays back down. It was close, but the dragon did not wake up. Tara.
Okay. Tara is going to move right there.
Okay.
And then 1 second, I just gotta check something. Isn't there is a full defensive action a thing in 5e?
You can take
The dodge action.
Dodge
The
action.
dodge action.
Yes, you can use an
Yeah.
action to dodge, and then you still have your bonus action and movement. Well, you've already
And-
used your movement, but
Passive stealth is 11, by the way, so it's a plus because it's +1.
okay. The passive perception of the Drakkar Sonoma is 12.
Ooh.
The reason Ibis barely woke or barely kept away from waking it is because in a weird twist, you all are functioning as the defenders, and defenders win ties.
Mm-hmm.
Tara, you step over and you displace a loose flagstone from under your foot. And all of you hear the grating as the stone shifts underfoot, and you see two of the dragon's head immediately snap to attention in your direction.
Son of a bitch.
You may, if you would like, roll a stealth check here. That is contested by the dragon actively making perception.
17?
17. Okay. 17 is the number to beat. I'm going to make this perception roll public. 16.
Yes!
The heads, upon fighting. I might have to mute the sound alerts, but the dragon snaps its heads up, listens very close. The silence in the room is a level of tension that many of you have often not experienced. A couple of long beats pass before the dragon, deciding that there was nothing there, lowers its heads again. At the end of this turn, the dragon is more on a stage of alertness and is rather than being asleep, is more half awake, and will be rolling 2 D100s and taking the number closest to its threshold to wake up.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man.
Anything else on your turn, Tara?
No. Tara takes the dodge action after stealthing and is.
Okay. Lysandra. Oh wait, hold on. I need to roll the D100s.
Gotta roll.
Whew. Tara, at the end of your turn, the dragon, on enough of an alert that its sleep is officially disrupted, begins to crawl itself up from its platform. The 5 heads all stretch and bend, and you can hear bones cracking as it stretches when it wakes. It brings its front feet onto the ground. The dragon still does not know that you all are here, but it is now actively awake. Lysandra.
Good thing I can't go over the bridge, because I got companions next to me.
Yeah, you take up the whole bridge, bestie.
Yeah, so Lysandra's gotta wait for Tirfi and Galatea to go through. So that I don't think she's gonna use a spell slot.
You could delay your turn as well.
I want Typhon to go, but I think I need to go. I did not say it, so I am just going to say now that she is invoking mage armor from her invocation.
Okay. Is that a spell with a verbal component?
It does. There is verbals.
Okay. Roll a stealth check utilizing charisma to see if you can stay quiet enough to cast the spell.
Use what charisma?
Because this is not about your body's quietness. This is about how much of a whisper you can maintain. I was actually supposed to have Kip roll that too, but
it would have been higher for Kip. Yeah,
that would have been better for Kip, so it doesn't matter. But so roll charisma and add your bonus to stealth.
Okay, roll charisma. Add. Okay.
Yes.
An 8.
Oh no.
You cast mage armor, and there's just enough of an echo that it catches the attention of one of the draconic heads, and the rest turn.
Okay.
There is a low growl as you have all been spotted.
Well, spotted, yes, maybe.
And the dragon now bares its claws and fangs. And all of you can see in its body language, it is not so much poised to attack so much as it is poised to defend its nest in whatever sense of the word that this is.
Can we, because I saw it, do I know it's inherently blind?
Yes, you can see, like, its own scales overgrowing and blocking its, like, its eyes.
So it's only seeing us through, like, hearing, like...
Yes, to put it in mechanical terms, the Dracarcinoma does rely on blind sight.
Okay. Me too, buddy. Me too.
Me too, buddy.
Every time you say its name, I get so angry with you.
It really is awful. I made an awful boy.
You did. You did a bad job. You should feel bad. You did an incredible job, don't worry.
Yeah, no, as soon as I figured out that I could mush those two words together, I was like, oh, I'm making this everyone's problem. Okay.
Okay.
Let me...
So
here,
does
let me go
Typhon
ahead
get to go?
Yes,
Or
Typhon
is
does
it-
get to go.
Okay, I wasn't sure if you're breaking it down with like the little, if he adds another layer of rolling the dice kind of ordeal.
Mhm.
Like you roll the dice to see if the dragon is aware of us or moves, and then, or we're done with the dice rolling because of that, because he's already awake.
Mhm. Oh, also, it occurs to me, I should switch up the music.
So
Got some spooky vibes.
No.
It's October. It's time for spookiness.
I
So
mean,
maybe that's the
yes.
answer to it.
Come again?
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I asked if are you gonna be there's no point in rolling dice anymore for like the
No,
creature.
stealth
Because he's awake
is,
already.
Yeah, yeah. I'm
Okay.
not rolling the D100s at the end of the round anymore. You can still try to stealth away from the creature, but stealth is less effective here now.
Okay, I'm gonna ask a series of questions if I can.
Okay.
I'll do this.
Okay.
So Typhon's breath weapon, right?
Yes.
It's light, but does it still make sound?
I'm happy to say no. I'm happy to
Okay.
say if it is emitting light and that is the breath weapon,
Yeah.
I'm going to say it does not. It still obviously emits sound the same way that like breathing out creates sound, but it's
Yeah.
not extraordinarily or like it's not extra loud. It's not the
Okay.
same way that like a red dragon's fire breath
Okay.
is loud and torrential. As far as dragon breath goes, it's pretty quiet. I'll put it that way.
Okay. Can the torches be removed from like the sconces?
Yes. They are lit by continual flames and they are innately magical, but they can be lifted from the sconces.
So could Typhon grab a torch, fly 30 feet, drop it, and then fly another 30 feet as a distraction to make the dragon look a different direction?
Yeah.
Probably fall under like the help action.
Yeah, Typhon can do that. My question is this, and it's very
Yeah.
important. Where is Typhon dropping the torch?
That's what I'm thinking about right now.
Okay.
Because I want it to be away from the party. So, because if they're looking this way, I want them to look this way. So I
Mhm.
think he has 60 feet of movement. So he will drop it here-ish,
Okay.
and then he will go 20 feet up, like, the stairs.
Okay. Can you not move Typhon's token?
No, I was just...
Okay, I was like, can you not move
No.
that? Okay. So what I'm gonna do.
If you think he needs to get closer to invoke the
No, I'm
sound,
just
then-
thinking, is there necessarily a check to make here? I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think there's a check to make here. You drop the torch, and the noise echoes throughout the space, and the Dracarcinoma turns two of its heads. Here's the thing that's important about this guy. He can
Yeah.
stay focused on several things at once, because
Yeah.
he is a multi-headed monster. But
Yeah.
two of the heads snap their attention to the torch. The other three remain poised at where it heard the loudest noise, which was in the direction of you all.
Yes. And then he will fly.
Okay.
He'll be up here now at the end, but the
Sounds
torch
good.
would be here-ish.
Tirfi, combat has officially started.
Yay. All right. Can I squeeze past Liz here?
Yes, you absolutely can.
Just going to take a measurement. Oop. Cool. All right. Tyrfie is going to move to the apex of the bridge, to be slightly above everyone, and just says in reminder, "Although it is said, remember, we are about in as much danger as it." And she is going to load a device, which resembles a hand cannon, with a like clay shell,
Okay.
and fire it
Excellent.
at the thing. This is just the catapult spell.
Got
but
it.
just
Love the flavor of it,
to-
though.
Flavored to originate from me.
Excellent. So that is a saving throw from the Dracarcinoma?
That is a dex saving throw. I just move a thing in a
Okay.
90 foot line.
So, you fire it out. What's your spell save DC?
14.
13? 14.
Shit roll.
So you do get the sense as you fire it out that this dragon, hearing the whistling of the projectile on the wind, does have the capacity to actually be strangely nimble and coordinated and dexterous. However, since it is drowsy and still waking up, the very high modifier it has to dexterity saves does not counteract rolling a 4 on the dice. And so the clay shell hits one of the like sort of at the base of one of the head's necks, and there is a roar as the clay shatters upon its form, and now 4 of the 5 heads are back trained in your direction as damage has officially been done to the monster, and it knows it must now defend itself. Anything else on your turn?
That's movement and action. I don't think I really have any bonus actions to do.
Okay. Oh, I should mark the damage. Hold on.
Congratulations on first damage.
Yeah.
Yay.
I feel so bad about it.
All right. So, you all see the Dracarcinoma as it's up and prepared and engaged and ready to defend itself. You see it leap off of its platform and dive into the water. And using its incredibly fast swim speed, it swims around the basin and pops up onto the edge. Crawling up, its feet and claws scraping the flagstone in a shrill and awful noise as it scampers its way up the side wall.
I certainly
It's
wish
lightly
that it wasn't doing that.
Yeah.
Lightly say,
It would
uh-oh.
be better.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
And it is going to make... Let's see. It only knows for sure that 2 people are right here in this general area. It knows vaguely that Tara's here and knows vaguely that Tyrfie is here. However, in its blind sight, I'm going to check its passive perception. You see it comes up and listens very intently, and it hears the breathing of everyone in this space. And it is going to lash out its heads. It is going to make 1 bite attack each against Kip, Ibis, and Tyrfie, and 2 bite attacks against Tara.
Oh man.
Dang.
I should zoom in on the combat on the other screen.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Since everyone's clutched together.
Yes. There, that looks good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, I just read in the chat the ICB Sage made a dragon version of the Rat King, and that's just incredible.
Mm-hmm.
Incredible. Okay. So, we're gonna start against. I'm gonna start against Ibis. Does a 23 hit your AC?
No, what do you think? What do you think? Does a 23 hit my AC?
Does a 23 hit?
I don't know. Do you think a 23 hits my AC? Yeah, I'm level 3. Why would you do this to me?
Please give me a Constitution saving throw as well.
I was like, oh, my AC is actually like really fucking good because of that like +1, and I'm like got my shield out. Like, ugh, I've got like a 19 AC, and I'm like, ugh, it's incredible. I hate this.
Why did the music turn jolly? What the fuck is this?
It sounds like it's from a Christmas movie.
What the
It's
fuck?
like, yay, you just got
Merry Christmas. It's baby killing time.
I hate that.
Don't say it like that. No.
Okay. So
Okay.
give me a con save, Ibis.
Con save. Bop.
If it's
7.
against the poison condition, you have advantage.
Oh, if it is against
Yes.
poison, I have it.
It is against poison. You do have advantage.
Another 7.
You are resistant to poison damage.
I am resistant to poison damage,
Also,
but
I
when
don't- I have a
2
thing
7s.
I can use, but I don't know if I can use it now or if it has to be after the damage is rolled.
Encouraging word is hit by an attack. Let's see. You can use the help action. Okay, so this. So, Ibis, this works in one of two ways. Either you can take this help and carry it forward to the first action on your next turn. Well, no, you already have advantage. So, yeah. So, if you call out for encouraging word, Kip, Ibis has advantage on the first roll that is made on her next turn.
Okay.
Which is coming
still
up
do that.
right here in the initiative. Okay, perfect. And then when you take the help action to aid, oh god. Okay. When you take the help action to aid an ally, but okay.
I've been reading up on the help action.
Got it. So who are you giving the advantage on the next attack roll to?
Ibis.
Ibis. Okay.
Ibis.
Perfect. So Ibis, you take 4 points of piercing damage and a whopping 1 point of poison.
Halved to 1.
1 point of poison halved to 1 point. However, because you failed the saving throw, additionally, until the end of your next turn, you are under the poisoned condition.
What does the poisoned condition do again?
So poisoned gives you, let me double check and make sure I have it correctly. Poisoned gives you disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks, which is counteracted by your help action. So your rolls are normal.
Okay.
Your rolls next turn are normal, but won't be at advantage.
You still have that bardic inspiration die.
Okay.
Yeah.
Second attack is against Kip. Does a 17 hit?
Yeah.
Give me a con save.
19. That's not bad.
19. Okay. So you take 5 points of piercing, 4 points of poison reduced to 2 because you succeeded the save, and you are not poisoned.
Great. Awesome.
1 against Tirfi. Does a 12 hit?
No, it does not actually.
No, it does not. And then 2 against Tara, both at disadvantage because she took the dodge action. That's an 11 on the first one.
That does not hit.
That does not hit. And with advantage, the lower roll between a 20 and a 21 is, of course, a 20. So the second one will still hit you.
Yep.
No.
Give me a con save.
Con save? That's a 10.
Okay, that does succeed. Ebus just rolled really badly.
Uh-huh.
So you take 6 points of piercing and 2 points of poison, halved to 1.
Okay.
Alrighty. Galatea, that's you.
Yeah. So let's see. How far is it? 25. Okay, we're in here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm going to cast Booming Blade
Ooh.
with my maul.
Okay.
So that's just an attack with my maul, and if it moves, it's an extra 1d8 thunder damage.
Got it.
20.
20 definitely hits the AC of this thing. Let me see that damage.
Damn it! Why double ones? Why double ones?
That is
It's-
5
it's
points of damage to
damage.
the that's 5 points of damage to the Dracarcinoma.
Yeah, that's my turn.
Okay. Ebus, you're up.
Dice switch to see Cell's cool monster do all its tricks before the combat's over.
I gotta show off my cool bad guy.
Oh yeah. Ebus is going to move away, even though I know that he's probably gonna get a.
You can take the disengage action if you want.
Yeah, but I would also like to attack it. Is the
Very
problem.
fair.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna move. Excuse me. Why are we doing this? Yeah, I'm gonna move over here and then there. Where do I wanted to go? Sure. And does it get like a what's the word?
Opportunity?
Yeah, opportunity attack. Is it moving away from it?
You didn't disengage, did you?
No.
No. Okay. So, yes, it 5 heads. It only has 1 opportunity attack. I promise. However,
Thank you.
one of my optional rules that instead of doing an attack that deals damage, it can instead attempt a grapple check, which is
Why
what
would
it
you
will do.
this to me?
Roll acrobatics or athletics. It is your choice as to which one you are rolling. I will tell you in a very strange twist, the Dracarcinoma is rolling acrobatics to catch you.
I'm okay. I can choose to use Bardic Inspiration after I've already rolled, right?
Yes. Just before I tell you if you've succeeded or failed.
Okay,
I've already
let's-
rolled the check, so I know the number that you have to beat.
Awesome. I'm just gonna go ahead and use it just in case he's.
Okay.
It's a D.
1d6.
D6.
Oh, so a solid 10.
Okay. The Dracarcinoma rolled a nat 1, and so
Okay.
got a total of a 6. So one of the heads lashes out blindly at you, but you are able to dip under and go underneath its neck and get out of its range that it threatens.
All right. Then I'm going to cast Guiding Bolt.
Okay.
Let's see. Just gonna click that.
13.
13.
13
Awesome.
will unfortunately just barely miss.
I love that for me.
Okay, you're training. This is the day. You're learning.
That's my whole action.
Okay.
I just like pop off something and it completely goes wide.
Completely goes wide. You all see a bolt of, like, in typical cleric fashion, one would expect a gleaming golden bolt, like spear-like bolt comprised of positive energy. Instead, while parts of it are still glimmering in gold, there is a gradient of crimson that runs down the length of this, like, almost like javelin of magic. And as it rings out, it fully passes by the drake, or the hydra, question mark?
Hydra?
Just fully zips past, slightly overhead, and it dissipates against the wall behind you. But everybody does have advantage on attacks against that wall, because guiding bolt. You can hit that wall really fucking hard if you wanted to.
Yeah. Hit the
All right,
wall
Gal,
super
get
hard.
Get that maul. It's a sledgehammer now. We're bringing down this wall.
We're bringing down the
Actually,
sewers.
I was about to say maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
If we have to, we can collapse the place.
Mustard.
Sure. Anything else interchangeable?
No.
Nope. Okie dokie. Kip,
Mr.
that's you.
Dracarcinoma, bring down this wall.
So, is this right here a wall?
Yes, that is a wall.
Okay.
Isometric
So I
maps can be funky sometimes, but that is a wall.
So I could stand, like, here
Yes.
and still see. Okay. What's the range on that? Aha, I see. Okay. Well, I'm gonna go back across the bridge. Oh, okay. It put me right there. Well, that's basically where I'm standing. It's fine.
Okay.
Anyway, Kip is gonna cast a spell.
Ooh, what spell are you casting?
I'm gonna cast Dissonant Whispers.
Ooh.
Let me pull that
Okay.
up.
I will tell you right now, Dracarcinoma is not proficient in wisdom.
Uh-oh. How do I get it to...
That is a
the
6.
description? Okay.
So that is 14 points of damage to him.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just pulling it up again so you can read the description.
And must immediately use its... It does not have a reaction to use, unfortunately, so it's not going to run. But you do... you all see... What does it sound like when Kipperiso, like, summons this chorus of discordant voices?
It's gonna sound like the most discordant series of vocals layered over each other. And it's a very atrocious sound that should not be heard by anyone.
Oh yeah, it spans over multiple octaves, and none of the notes work together, and
There's, like,
the
some
entire
semitones
there's
in
some
there.
semitones, everything, there's tritones in there, everything fucking clashes, and as this sound ripples out from you and like hits and takes its effect on the Dracarcinoma, you see like pools of like viscous like crimson, or well no, it wouldn't even be crimson, like almost like black and tar like ichor come out from under the the overgrown scales where you know its eyes are, as its mind is racked by psychic damage. Anything else on your turn?
Yes. I have another bardic inspiration I can use.
A hydrate and a stretch. Thank you, Sapphic.
Let's see. I think Kip is gonna point at Galatea and be like, "You're the star of the show. You got this. You can take it down. I believe in you."
Okay.
Just kind of like
Bardic
duck
inspiration to
around the corner.
Galatea. And then are you using your feature, or are you saving that for later?
The help thing
No, from your
on your item?
item.
from my item. Doesn't it take an action?
No, it's whenever you use a bardic inspiration, you can use this feature
Right,
while
I
you are.
forgot.
Yeah.
Then yes, I think I would.
Okay.
I get to
So which
Because
spell
of-
are you casting?
let me double check. I believe aid was the best one here.
Okay, so as Kip speaks out their bardic inspiration, one thing that is very notable is above all of the other instruments that Kip has on their person, one stands out more than the rest. That being an instrument that is known as an aulos. An aulos is a Greek woodwind instrument that is basically a flute that meets at the same reed, but instead splits into two different flutes. So it's a two-headed flute. It's like a wishbone almost.
If
and
you've seen
it
the
is
Narnia movie, you know what it is.
exactly, and it because satyrs and woodwind instruments. Am I right? And so you see it is made of this beautiful and delicate, willow bark that comes from the Feywild. And it's wrapped around with a filigree of dyed wood shaped like vines. And as this bardic inspiration calls out, you all hear a whisper of notes sort of cascading through the air. But the instrument is not being played by Kip, just by part of Kip using bardic resonant magic. The flute almost plays itself. And which individuals are you targeting with aid?
Well, within range there would be
It's anyone in 30 feet, I think.
Galatea and Tara, I think.
Okay, Tirfi, Galatea, and Tara, each of your max health increases by 5 points, as does your current health.
Not permanently, but
Not permanently, but for the duration of the spell. So, the three of you get a little bit beefier.
Got it.
ta-da. That's my turn.
Hey, can I ask in chat real quick, Void, why did you ban and unban Claire? what were you doing, bestie? You accidentally, it was accidental? Okay, I thought it was Claire asking you to do it as a joke or something, because I equally
Good ban.
expect that.
Oh, I mean, I made a bad joke that was possibly worth a ban.
Fair enough, fair enough. Anything else on your turn, Kip?
Nope. Just
Okay.
going back behind this wall here.
So,
It's gonna go on my permanent record.
after your turn, before Tara's turn, the Dracarcinoma is going to take a Paragon action. It is going to move. It will be taking that booming blade damage. Okay.
Or thunder damage.
4 thunder. So it sort of moves around so that it's facing all of you on the bridge. You see one of its heads rears back and a cloud of green gas begins to form and bubble up in its mouth. And then you see another head with a very strange, now you're noticing it, patterns of red scales on the underside of the neck. And as one of the heads rears up a cloud of poison, of noxious gas, the other one clicks a spark of fire in between its teeth, and the dragon spews out the cloud of gas before immediately setting off a spark and lighting the entire cloud of flame. I need everybody in the area to make a con save and a dex save.
That's so cool. Also, Kip goes around the corner just in time for fucking fire breath to shoot past.
Do I
You roll
get
20?
hit?
Yes, Lysandra, you are in the range too.
Okay.
The only ones not in the range are Ebis and Typhon.
Is Kip still getting a hit?
Kip actually has advantage on the dexterity save because you are behind cover.
Okay, but I still have to make it.
You still have to make it, but you get advantage on the save.
Okay.
Can I use one of my 2 inspiration points to
Reroll the
add to
dexterity?
my- Yeah, to reroll
Go
dexterity.
for it. Absolutely.
Cool.
I have advantage on the con.
24.
Okay, good. And then the con save?
Okay. Did I get advantage on that too?
No. Just dexterity saves.
I was hoping you'd forget.
20. Oh, that's sick.
Okay. So, there was a lot of rolls, so I'm gonna ask from top to bottom. Galatea, what was your con save and your dex save?
Constitution was 21, dexterity was 0.
Oof. Okay. Tara, what were your saves?
Dexterity 15, Constitution 18.
Okay. Tierfy?
My dex was 11, con was 20.
Okay. Lysandra?
Con 17, dex 10.
Okay. Kip?
Dexterity was 24 and Constitution was at 20.
Okay. So, the DC was 10. Again, this is not the magic of this creature is not powerful. It is just, like, it's more brute strength than, like, magical strength. So, DC was 10. If you succeeded the Constitution save, you are taking 6 points of fire damage. If you failed, poison damage. If you failed the con save, you are taking 12 points of poison damage. If you succeeded the dex save, you are taking 3. If you failed the dex save, you are taking 6. So if you failed both, you're taking a maximum of 18. Again, the DC was 10, so I'm leaving it up to all of you to calculate that for yourselves and be honest about it. But the poisonous gas coats everyone's lungs before the spark ignites all of it and burns away all of the poison, but also scorches your flesh as it ignites and dissipates.
I had to take my headphones off for a moment. I missed the amount of damage response.
Okay. If you DC was 10. If you succeeded the con save, you are taking 6 points of poison damage. If you failed it, you are taking 12. If you succeeded the dex save, you are taking 3 points. If you failed it, you are taking 6.
Okay. That was 10 for both?
Yes. If it's both, you only take 9. If you succeed both, you only take 9. Let's see. Kip succeeded the con save and the dex save, so Kip takes a total of 9 points of damage.
Oh, 9. Ah. Oh, that's not good.
Uh-oh.
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 Also,
Someone takes-
Vic, try refreshing the page.
Hey, in this system, what does it mean when you're bloodied?
Oh, that's right! That's right. We're using Darker Dungeons. That's correct. When you are bloodied in Darker Dungeons, you cannot restore hit points on a short rest. Like, you can't expend hit dice until you receive medical help. So your wounds have to be treated before you can use hit dice.
Okay.
Okay?
Wonderful DM.
Yes.
I sent you a DM.
Okie dokie. Oh, yes, absolutely. 100% love the flavor of it. You are good. You are golden.
Fantastic.
DM gets a DM. DM squared.
Imagine Belle being cute.
So, Tara, that is your turn. Oh, also, one more thing you would notice. After taking the Paragon action, you see some of that, like, tumorous and unstable flesh tainted by transmutation magic beginning to stitch itself together and reconstitute. And it gets a couple of hit points back.
So, I can never remember, is raging a bonus action or an action?
Bonus action.
Okay, so Tara's going to rage.
Excellent.
As she does, everyone in the room hears and this is probably going to directly aggro the blind monster toward her, what is a very, very convincing imitation of a lion's roar. Like, it's as if one is standing in the room.
Excellent.
And then Tara is going to use her an ability from her totem path.
Okay.
One moment, let me go over here. She is going to use part of the path of the totem of the lion, the lion totem allows me to if you move at least 20 feet straight forward toward a creature, then hit it with a melee attack in the same turn. The target must succeed on a strength saving throw or be knocked prone. The barbarian may make a single melee attack on the target as a bonus action if it fails to save. So I've already used my bonus action.
You've already used your bonus action. Okay.
Yep. So I'm going to move straight forward and make an attack roll with my long.
Perfect. Yeah, you like hop onto your back foot before engaging in a full sprint, sword raised. Bring it down. Let me see that attack roll.
Yeah, she's gonna roll with she's gonna attack with 2 hands.
Excellent.
Oh, and I got it's +2 from rage. I forgot to hit the modifier.
Okay.
18.
Oh, that more than hits.
Wonderful.
Okay, strength save or it's knocked prone.
Mm-hmm.
It did unfortunately roll a natural 20 here, but it didn't roll a natural 20 on something else like an attack roll. So you do have that going for you. So you see just the like hulking heft of this being isn't normally something that would trouble you, but because of its strange mutated anatomy, its center of balance is not where you expected it to be. So you go to bring out one of its legs and trip it, and you see that it was not relying on that leg to stay standing.
Oh, great. You're much more sturdy than I thought you were. And it takes 6 points of damage.
Hold on. Roll the click the name of the attack. That's the
damage.
Yeah. Well, you made another attack roll, I think. Do you see the word longsword on like underneath the 18? If you click on that directly, that'll give you the attack roll or the damage roll.
Okay.
It's
so
still
6.
6.
6, yeah. 6 damage.
6 damage. Incredible. Excellent. Anything else on your turn? Action, bonus action, movement?
I believe I've done all of those things. I just have to double check that I don't have two of them.
Okay.
So I don't
You
think
shouldn't have 2 attacks yet. That's not until level 5.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, okay. Cool. Then yeah, no, I'm done.
Okie dokie. Lysandra, we are back to you. What are we doing?
So, I can only see 10 feet in front of me because I'm not looking through Typhon, right?
That is correct.
Okay, cool. I see nothing.
You hear a lot though.
I hear a lot.
Also, it's really warm in this space now.
Time to go to sleep. Sorry, guys. Good night. It's lizard time.
It's lizard time.
Sneak cozy.
Oh my god. Lysandra has to move so far. It's so close. But then I can see him. Alright, okay. Lysandra will slither very confusingly, but sees like Tyrfie from like the bridge angle. And we'll go up there and then see like the large Hydra. And in a similar motion that Kip do, she is also going to cast Dissonant Whispers.
Excellent. Go for it.
Once I open back up my character sheet, because I refreshed roll 20. Natasha's Hideous Laughter, Dissonant Whispers.
Okay. Again, Dracarcinoma, wisdom is not its strong suit. It rolls a 13, so it barely fails.
And it hasn't used its reaction, so it has to flee.
Yes, because it used a Paragon action, it has a new reaction to use.
Oh.
Okay. So it takes 12 points of psychic damage. Now, this is not forced movement in the sense of it being pushed. This is it using its reaction to move away, which does mean that Tara and Galatea will both get an attack of opportunity on it as it scrambles backwards.
Yeah, it just can't get closer to me.
So, as opposed to Kip, who bombarded the Dracarcinoma with discordant notes and tritones and semitones and just awful sounds that do not mesh together, Lysandra instead imparts a fraction of the whispers of her patron, and so many past and future events and the discordant mumbling of a council of eldritch beings speaking in the language of the void racks the mind of the Dracarcinoma, and in a panic, it begins to scramble backwards. Give me your opportunity attacks. And it's...
God damn it.
Let's see.
Oh, there it is.
It has to use its full movement. So it scrambles all the way up here to the top of the staircase, which means, Ibis, you can also get an attack of opportunity off.
So I have a question.
Yes.
Can I use Reckless Attack for mine?
Not on attacks of opportunity, unfortunately. You can,
Okay, cool.
however, if you want to, you can choose to attempt to grapple. I think we like it that it's going away, but...
Can I use my last inspiration to reroll?
Yes, you may, absolutely. Also, Galatea, that does hit. Go ahead and give me the damage roll for them all. And then, Ibis, are you going to take that attack of opportunity?
Yeah.
Yes, you are. 14 just hits it. Unfortunately, a 12 does not. So go ahead and give me the damage with the Scorpion Stiletto.
There she is.
6 points of piercing, so a total of, what is that, 14 additional damage. That first health bar is looking bad. It is just about at halfway on that first bar.
I can't hit with any of my spells, but as it's rushing by, I think Eva's just like stabs it in the back of the leg.
Incredible.
Full of Mary and the Witch King, just...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lysandra will move 10 feet back. Up the bridge.
Okie dokie.
Actually, no. I should stay here so I can see my friends, so I can cast another spell.
Okay.
So Typhon's turn. Typhon, are you going to attack a baby dragon all by yourself? I don't think so. I don't think you should.
Oh, so Tearfy, to answer your question, Tara did not use a reckless attack on her own turn when she was attacking the Dracarcinoma, thus she could not activate it in the heat of the moment on an attack of opportunity.
Gotcha.
I think Typhon is going to
Oh, I should move things around now that the Drake has moved to a different location.
You also might want to okay, it caught up.
Oh yeah, I actually have to tab back into the menu, but
that makes sense now.
Okay.
To catch up. Okay.
Yeah.
I think Typhon is going to fly to Tara and sit on her shoulders.
There, that's just
and will grant her the help action.
Okie dokie.
Tara's just gonna look up at Typhon and pat him. Hello, little friend.
Perfect.
He just rattles excitingly in Draconic.
So.
And that's the end of my turn.
That's the end of your turn?
Yep.
Tearfy.
Cool. I had a planned action, but then it ran the fuck away.
But then it ran the fuck away.
I didn't want it near us.
I will say, you don't know why yet, but honestly, it moving up towards the upper section of the map might be a good thing for all of you.
Because of that crack.
Because I can't see us.
What's it? I want to move adjacent to Tara.
Okay.
Free object interaction. Give her the healing potion. Carry.
Okie dokie.
Finish my movement here. And I think actually, can I? No, that's not in range. All right, I think I'm just going to load another concussive shell.
Okay.
And cast catapult again.
Go for it. Send it out. Dexterity save from Noma.
This thing
an 11
definitely
fails,
has
correct?
resistance. This thing definitely has resistance to poison, if not immunity.
Yeah,
yeah,
hazarding a guess, that's probably right.
Yeah, I'm just kind of asking that aloud. What's it? Yes, a 11 would fail.
Okay, perfect. Give me the damage.
Ooh,
15.
nice damage.
Oh my goodness.
Maybe this one goes inside an open mouth.
Oh yeah, already like disoriented and like running away, and only I think it doesn't have any of you in its blind sight. It doesn't know where its combatants are. It's hearing these discordant voices of this council of eldritch gods rattling in its head. And as it like roars and screams and is trying to get its bearings, you just send a concussive payload right into the back of its throat, and you hear the ceramic shatter. And you are certain there are just shards of broken ceramic in its neck now. And it is not doing great.
Yay. Yeah, Tearfay's also just sort of... If it's going to follow the sound of the, because it does sound. I use a combustion to send the shell, so it would be loud.
Oh yeah.
If
So
it's
it
going
can
to follow
hear
the,
you,
the
but
sound
it
of
doesn't.
what caused it.
But it doesn't know the exact position of any of its combatants right now. Okay. Anything else on your turn,
Again,
Tearfy?
I don't think much to do with my bonus action, so we're done.
Okay. The Drakkar Sonoma, upon hitting half health at the start of its turn. Lysandra, there was something I told you earlier when you rolled that Arcana check and you were figuring out the details of how this being came to be. And this isn't a thing that has come into effect right now or until now, but as soon as it does start coming into effect, you realize exactly what is happening. As this creature is deeply injured and his first health bar is below half, and he is scrambled and it is afraid and it is fearing for its life and does not know where its combatants are and is getting closer and closer to the verge of death. You see the water in the space begin to bubble and tumult, and all of you watch as the water level begins to rise in the room, as there is a symbiotic relationship between the Drakkar Sonoma and the corrupted transmutive water. And you see the poisonous water in defense of the Drakkar Sonoma beginning to flood the room. And that's why there's verticality in this map.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Darling, this is such a good arena.
Thank you, I appreciate it. The Drakkar Sonoma is going to scuttle back down the staircase here. I'm gonna roll
that scuttling.
I'm gonna roll a d6 on its turn. On a 6, it regains usage of its breath weapon.
No. Thank you.
So it gets down, bares its legs. I rolled a 6, chat. Bares its legs, rears back its head, and again, one head wells with poisonous gas, and the other begins to spark as it prepares to ignite its own poison. Now that you're not all in a very tightly clumped corridor, I actually need to calculate who all is being affected. Let's see. It is.
Do you have the cone tokens that are part of the roll free assets?
I do. Oh, Kip, you're just barely out of it. It is a 60-foot cone. I know for a certainty he catches everyone on the platform and Lysandra. So again, I'm gonna need another round of dex saves and con saves.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
Remember, Lysandra and Ibis both have advantage on those con saves because this is an effect with poison.
Yeah.
And I think Galatea still has that Bardic Inspiration die. Maybe?
Yes,
Yeah,
indeed,
it was-
Galatea does.
I was about to ask if I could
I
use
think-
it for my save.
Yeah, I think it applies.
Correctly.
Oh wow, okay.
Oh, honey.
Okay, I'm going to use that Bardic Inspiration.
On the con save? Go for it.
Yep.
So that's a D6, I think.
God damn it.
Oof.
Oh no.
Oh my god.
A 4 and a 5 for my con save.
Yikes. Yikes.
Okay,
Things
so
are
have you
going bad.
considered the possibility that you might kill us?
That's an
Titan
intelligence save, not
I'll
a dex
roll new
save.
characters.
I considered the possibility.
Gosh. Wish I
okay.
could keep that Wish I
Actually,
could keep that 14 on the
because
die.
because you accidentally rolled the wrong type of saves, I'll let you keep the dice.
Cool.
Okay.
So that's just that's
Oh,
just
jeez.
another
Okay.
one.
That's a
So,
lot of nat ones,
again,
you guys.
the DC.
How many? 1, 2, 3.
There are 1, 2,
Four?
3, 4 natural ones.
4 not ones. Uh-huh.
It's okay. We're getting it out of the system.
We're getting it out of the system. So again, the DC was 10.
Yeah.
Luckily for everybody, I low rolled on the damage. So the damage for this is 2d6 fire, 2d6 poison, 2d6 fire. So if you failed the Constitution save, you take 4 points of damage. If you succeeded it, you take 2. If you failed the Dexterity save, you take 6 points of damage. If you succeeded it, you take 3. So if you failed both, you take 10. If you succeeded both, you take 5.
Uh-huh.
So a
So-
10 is a success?
10 is a success.
Perfect.
So, what does it mean when you're bloodied again?
So the
Yeah.
bloodied condition, now means that you don't get to roll, hit dice on a short rest until you get a medicine check. Until you get like treatment for your surface level wounds, your body can't start its process of naturally regenerating.
Does the healer's kit in this case give you advantage?
I believe expending use of the healer's kit heals it automatically.
Oh, okay. Good thing
Your
I
piece
got one.
healer's kit
And then-
is so fat.
The Dracarcinoma heals a little bit as its tumorous growths again begin to like re-stitch all of the like sinew in its like exposed and damaged skin. I don't think the Dracarcinoma wants to do anything else. Okay. Galatea.
Okay. Let's see. There I can do okay. But then I'm not. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So I am going to over there, right below the staircase here.
Okay.
No, there we go. And then let me see who is within range. Okay, you are within range.
DM be like, hey, did y'all bring backups? I promise I'm not
one.
getting that bad. I promise.
I have
I'm
5
just-
backup characters.
I have 6 hit points left.
Uh-huh.
How does that
Did I
make you
get
feel?
hit again? Stressed, actually. A little bit.
Are you taking?
Are you
stress?
taking stress?
Oh no, me personally, the player, I'm stressed.
Do
I'm
you
stressed.
not think that Cube is
I take
stressing
1
because
point of
he's almost
stress.
dead?
No, Kip is used to the drama of it. It's
I am
kind of
cast-
sexy to be almost dying, just not sexy to be dead.
The drama of being covered in blood.
But what if your darling best friend Ebis is almost dying? Does that stress you out, or you'd be like, ah, it's fine?
If Ebis actually goes down, that would be stressful.
Okay.
Meh. Meh.
Okay, I will be casting Bless at first level for
Okay.
myself, Tara, and Turfy.
Okie dokie.
So I should be concentrating on that and Bless.
Mm-hmm.
And for my bonus action, I don't think I have anything yet.
No worries.
So yeah, that's it for my turn.
Okay. Ibis.
Uh-huh. Well, I've been rolling pretty garbage. So I'm gonna give it one more go and try and actually. Yeah, I'm gonna give it one more go. Actually, no. Sorry. I have no thoughts in my head, not a single one.
I love
If
that
I
for
were
you.
to try and pick up that egg, would it be like a bonus action or would it take my action?
It would be full action.
Okay.
This is a hefty fucking egg. Dragon eggs are big. It's like you can see it's like the size of your torso. It's huge.
If it's the size of me, I very likely will not be able to pick it up. So I'm just gonna try and hit this dragon again.
Okay, all good.
Yeah, I'm gonna use guiding bolt. Let's see if I can roll above a 6. Cool, a 24.
Nice.
Yeah, absolutely that hits. Go for it.
Cool, finally, 14. Hey, can you tell me, does this thing have blood?
Yeah, it's got blood.
This thing got blood?
This thing do got blood.
Okay. Then... da-da-da. So it takes 14 plus an additional 3 damage because of my fun little cleric domain.
Okay.
So I think this kind of looks very similar to what happened before, where it's just like a streak of like red and like golden light that hits the Hydra, and then where like the light hit, it just kind of like I think it just sinks into it a little farther.
Okay.
And creates almost a cavity there.
Got it. Got it.
Yeah. So in total, that's what, 17 damage.
Yes, indeed. Dracarcinoma is not looking great. The baby's hurting. Oh, and all the verbal components of Galatea's spells are spoken in Sphinx. That's cool as hell. Good for you.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah.
So on initiative count 20.
I'm also moving.
The water flowing in and bubbling up and pouring out from the basin begins to pool faster and faster. It begins to crawl slightly over the edge. And you all watch as pools of this transmutive, poisonous liquid begins to bubble around your feet. Let me go ahead and adjust the map accordingly.
No.
I would rather you didn't.
Oh,
I would also rather you didn't.
We have multiple images for the map then.
Yeah, I go hard. I go hard on D&D.
I'm really worried about what's gonna happen to these roaches at Tirfi's feet.
Goodbye.
Okay.
So long, Rochi.
I have to make sure the maps are lined up with one another.
Bitches off street. Help me! Help me! No! Goodbye! They suffer, they drown. Goodbye, roaches.
Let's see.
We do thee well.
I sadly do not think I will get it perfect. However,
Everyone remember where you are.
Mhm.
Woo!
Oh, it's
Good
so
thing
gross.
Oh.
I'm on the bridge.
I wish it wasn't.
anyone who is standing on the poison at the start of their turn takes a single point of poison damage. Every turn subsequently that you stay in the poison, you take an additional point. So at your
if you
first
start
turn in
your
the
turn.
poison, you take 1. At the start of your second turn, if you're still in the poison, you take 2. And then
Gotcha.
3, and then 4, and so on and so forth. The longer you stay in the poison, the more it chips away at you.
Oh, Pokemon Toxic. Got
Pokemon
it.
Toxic, bingo. Kipariso, that's you. Take a single point of poison damage.
Uh-oh.
That
Luckily for everybody,
5 hit points.
luckily for everybody, you are not at the point yet where this counts as difficult terrain, but that is coming pretty soon. Okay, so what are you doing, Kip?
So, well, I had a plan, and then the water kind of.
See, I love the amount of instances of, well, I had a plan, and then the DM's turn happened.
Yeah. Quick, someone just shatter the water.
I think I can go like there. Can someone mark that spot for me?
That looks about
dash?
70 feet. Is your walking
speed
speed
is
35? You're a satyr, that's right.
Mm-hmm. So please mark the spot, please.
Where are you going?
Right here. Oh no. Ah.
No, I'm holding it. I have the spot.
Okay, thanks. I wasn't showing everyone. I forgot I didn't have it on. Anyway, go there.
Okay.
Actually, yeah, that was also 70 feet.
Yeah, that was 70 feet that I measured out for you.
Okay. So a dash. No, that's what I can do for now. And then I'm going to viciously mock this creature.
Okay.
Yes.
You're stinky.
The best bard spell.
Yeah.
How are you viciously mocking the Dracarcinoma?
Creature's gonna yell across the goop, very upset that they're standing in goop, and go, "Your breath is the worst thing I've ever smelled. It's no wonder your mother left you."
Okay. Yeah. No wonder your mother left you is really fucking rough. Okay. What's the DC? It doesn't matter. It rolled a natural 1.
Okay.
So it has disadvantage on its first attack in the next round, and it takes 5 points of psychic damage.
Yes, it does.
So, like, it's taken a lot of wounds, some of them superficial, some of them very deep and actually quite harmful to this beast. However, the amount of emotional damage you do to the Dracarcinoma in this moment, as it recognizes this speech and is at first genuinely saddened, and then it gets enraged.
Yep.
But
Congrats, you insulted a baby.
congrats, you insulted a baby. But
And
it
you
took
do
that
it again.
damage. Anything else on your turn, Kip?
I would just like to say that I am hurt.
Mm-hmm.
Because I have 5 hit points left. What does hurt mean? I know what bloodied means now. What does hurt do?
I don't use the mechanics for hurt because I think hurt is a little bit too brutal.
Okay.
You just have to worry about going unconscious. 'cause
Yeah,
then
you're
you
worried about
have
bloodied and you're worried about going unconscious, which well, I make the condition semi-conscious, but like that is where you acquire like lasting wounds, and that's bad territory.
Okay. Well, that's all I can do for now.
Okay.
Cry. As a free action.
You can
Not
cry
like
as a free
me.
action.
I would like to cry.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Tara, it is your turn, but also you notice immediately as you're standing by some of these torches lit with continual flames that the poisonous water underneath the the continual flames is like sizzling and bubbling and smoking a little bit. If the water rises too high, you get the sense if the water rises too high and it comes in contact with these torches, one of which is on the ground near Tierfy, and we're gonna resolve that in a moment.
I was about to say,
Yeah,
there
that's
is a
what I was
torch
about
that's
to
But-
still lit.
But you get a sense that if the poisonous water touches these torches, it's going to start what is effectively an oil fire.
Oh, I'm on the
Everyone, I
bridge.
need you to get out of this floor now.
And Tierfy, things feel hot around your hooves at the moment, but we'll get to that in a second. Tara, what are you doing on your turn?
If I move, since Typhon is on my shoulder, does he move with me?
He's
Uh,
a tiny creature.
Yeah, he'll move with you.
Wonderful.
Or a small
So, and my other question is drinking a potion a full action or a bonus action?
So, if you use a full action, you don't have to roll. You get the maximum amount of healing. If you take a bonus action, you have to roll for it.
What is the roll for the healing potion?
For a basic ass healing potion, that is 2d4 plus 2. So if you don't roll, you get to just straight up heal 10. So
This
if
is
you
not
use an
the-
action, what?
This is not the alchemist healing potion, right? This is just a regular healing potion because I think they're different.
The standard healing potion.
Oh, it's
as
a
you might think
standard.
with the
So if
herbalism kit.
it's a standard, it's a 4d4 plus 4.
Okay.
Oh no.
Do that again.
Oh no, it is basic. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's base level.
Standard is it's weird. So yes, basic healing potion. You slug it back, and honestly, like the sort of like, I guess the like flavor of it is it's like drinking a potion in the middle of combat. It's if you use your action, you can focus on drinking all of it, not letting any of it spill. If you use your bonus action, you are rushing it, and some of it won't get into your system. And you get most of the potion in there, and it tastes disgusting. It is medicinal and awful, and it's. I'm not gonna put it any further than that, but like it tastes like gross medicine, and it's bad. And healing potions are gross.
So basically, it tastes like nitro.
It was like cough syrup.
Is it grape flavored?
No, we're not. I'm not naming particular food flavors because Twomby is in here. But it's not great. The point is it's bad. The point is it's bad. That's the point.
I was more going for a medicine flavor, but yeah.
Yeah.
That's fair. So Tara's gonna use her rage ability again and use an attack to try and knock this thing prone.
Okay, go for it.
You're blessed.
You are blessed.
Yes. So this will there'd be a D4 added to that, which I'm gonna need.
Okay. An 8, unfortunately, will not. No.
Yeah. So 10.
Yeah, that's not gonna hit. That sucks. I'm so sorry. Yeah, unfortunately, that is not going. Wait.
Oh,
you
right,
hit it with
the
guiding
help
bolt. That's an
action.
advantage.
Yeah.
And the help action.
It was okay. It's at advantage. Go ahead. Give it to me again.
All right. I still get the D4 from Bless.
We're gonna
I'll
keep
run
it
the
at.
D4.
We're gonna keep it as a guaranteed 2. But yes, you still get to add it.
Okay, awesome. Even worse.
Damn it! I'm so sorry. That's
It's okay.
that sucks. Unfortunately, you are not able to find purchase in the slippery, oil-like poisoned water. It is hard to secure your footing, let alone put in enough force to both damage and topple a creature. And in trying to do both, and with your rage fueling you and keeping you kind of off balance, you sadly are not able to do either.
Damn.
But it was a very good attempt. Lysandra, that's up to you.
Ha ha. Lysandra would have no idea if this thing has like reach, right?
Actually, you have. No, you didn't see it attacking your friends. No, you do not know that this thing has
okay.
reach.
No idea. Okay. Cool.
Its bite attacks were made with its reach, but you literally did not see those.
Yeah, I don't see shit. Love myself.
Love yourself. sometimes you cripple a character mechanically because the
Yeah.
flavor is good.
Yes. It is an action to see into my familiar's eyes, right?
Yes, that is correct.
Heck that noise. Lysandra will, slither over towards Ebus Debus. Beautiful Ebus, a little clan. You said it was an action to pick up the egg, right?
Yes.
Is it sunk at the bottom, like it's not moving?
So the water level is only barely getting onto this part of the basin. It is only it's like it maybe comes up to like a humanoid's or like an ankle. Like it's really ankle height water. So you are able to pick up the egg without any concerns.
But it's an action to pick it up because it's heavy,
Yes,
right?
that is correct.
I am also a bad person to pick up said egg. With my 6 in strength.
Also, this is yes, the corrupted water is bad, but this is a green dragon's egg in poisonous water. It's not going to be extremely damaging initially. You'll want to get it out of the water eventually to make sure that the dragon inside is healthy, but it can survive in here a little bit because of the virtue of it being a green dragon egg.
I'm not gonna risk that. Okay, I'm gonna stay on the other side of Evis. I am going to bonus action Misty Step, just so I'm on the stairs.
Of course, you take up the whole ass fucking staircase, but you're on it.
Yep. Oh, sorry, Evis. just climb over me. Half.
All right, you still have your action.
My action was to dash. My
Oh,
bonus
okay.
action was to Misty Step.
All right, then that is your turn. Anything else? Action, bonus action, movement. I think you've done everything.
I have done everything.
Okay.
So it's Typhon's turn.
Okie dokie. Little buddy.
Little pal. Oh, he's in so much danger. It's okay, I can just resummon you. It's okay,
Goodbye,
buddy.
friend.
It's okay, I love you. He's gonna go on the other side to flank.
Okay.
And he will chomp. He'll take a bite attack. There's a 20 hit.
A 20 will hit.
And he does 9 piercing damage. Max roll, good boy.
Good boy. Good Typhon.
Yeah, good boy.
Good boy.
But he's
Certified little guy moment.
Certified little guy
He
moment.
might die. He might perish now. but
That
that's
first
okay.
that first health bar is looking nasty. It's not going to take a lot more pushing to get the Dracarcinoma into phase 2.
Oh, great. It's a
That
phase 2.
I
Yeah.
said there's 2 health bars.
that is all Typhon can do. He doesn't have multi attack yet.
Okay. Tyrfie, at the start of your turn, your ankles submerged in poison and a torch bubbling and rapidly smoking under the water. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw and take the 1 guaranteed point of poison damage as soon as your turn begins. Okay, an 11 will do it for now. You see the beginnings of a nasty oil fire, and you, an alchemist, have had plenty of experience with these. You are able to get out of the way as the torch begins to bubble and boil and smoke the water, and you see the fire beginning to crackle and erupt on the surface. You only take half damage. You are taking 3 points of fire damage and the 1 point of poison. You have your action, your bonus action, and your movement. What are you doing?
All right. So, Tyrfie's dermal ossification has now maxed.
Yes.
Her,
do you want
her
to?
skin.
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead and describe it. That's what I was gonna ask.
her skin is now chitinous as it roughens and hardens and secretes this bony material with like natural armor from the Thrax very transmutation heavy origins.
Yeah, anyone who has fought side by side next to a Thrak or fought against a Thrak before, so that definitely includes Tara, Galatea. You know, as a nature of their transmutation and their rapidly forced evolution by the Empire, that when Thrak sustain damage, their pores secrete this like liquid metal that hardens over their bodies and makes them tougher with rapidly sustained injuries. And that's what's going on with Tirfi.
Sloughs off like dandruff. Okay, important question to decide the nature of my turn.
Yes.
The pit in the middle. Is it full of water?
It is, so by the nature of how Incarnate works, it looks like it is full of water. Water is actively pouring into the pit, but it is far from filled.
But okay, so there is like there's a drop.
There's a very, very, very long drop. When Lysandra was looking through Typhon's vision earlier, Typhon's dark vision could not see the bottom of the hole that this pit leads to.
Okay. Next question. How do you do casting a bonus action spell and then a cantrip action spell? Can that be done in the same thing?
Yeah, technically all the rules are is that you can only cast one spell that expends a spell slot on your turn. So this means... And this is the thing that's less understood. Spells cast from magical items that don't expend spell slots are good, and cantrips are good. So you can cast a fully leveled spell and still throw out a cantrip.
Would it be too much for my object interaction to pick up this torch, chuck it in the pit?
No, not at all. Yeah,
okay, that is the first.
You've already taken the fire damage, so we're gonna illustrate this as part of it. You reach under the oil fire bubbling on the surface, grab the torch, and just chuck it into the hole. This means that the oil fire is going to get bigger a lot slower, but the oil fire has started, and this area is still hazardous.
So there is a quick line to safety, and then there's possibly making the group a whole lot safer if I can pull it off. But first, she is moving here, adjacent to the egg. She is with her pitcher's arm from dishing out salves at range. She is going to sling a salve at Kipariso.
Okay.
That is healing word.
Okay, perfect. So you rush over to the egg, grab a I almost want to think it's like a paintball contact healing bomb, and you just chuck it out, and Kip, it hits you and explodes, and you are showered with a healing bomb, and you get 6 points of health.
It's like a gross poultice mix inside of a soft some kind of soft wrapping. Okay.
It's almost it's like a thin it's like a healing balm in a membrane in cheesecloth that you just throw.
It's like ye old water balloon.
You get back 6. Tirfi says, "Don't go deeper in, idiot." And then she is going to take out a chain with a spiked barb on the end of it, and the chains are marked with transmutation runes,
Oh no.
which increase the strength of the user, and I'm going to use what is Thorn Whip.
God, 15 hits, motherfucker. What's the roll?
Into the pit.
We're
No, there is no
slinging
roll.
this into the Dracarcinoma.
You know,
and
see, I was
yanking it
sitting
into the
here.
pit.
I was sitting here and I was like, I'm gonna put a dragon-sized pit in the middle of the battle map and see who is bold enough to challenge me on it.
Alright, that is just 2 damage.
Okay, is the pull automatic or is there a save?
It is automatic. I
Okay.
can move it up to 10 feet towards me, and I will do that.
So, here's the thing about falling in D&D. Falling starts the second you hit just pure air. So, I'm gonna give the dragon a dexterity saving throw to see if it can cling onto the flagstone walls of the pit. But if it fails, it is immediately hitting the bottom.
Fail.
So, I'm gonna contest this against your spell save DC because that seems the most fair.
That's a 14.
14. You pull the dragon with this transmutation rune inscribed chain, and you yank it back. You all see like Tirfi's biceps and triceps and forearm muscles bulge with arcane might as the chain bolsters her strength and she rips the Dracarcinoma into the pit. Its claws scrape against the flagstone, but in its own might and panic, instead of latching onto the flagstone, rips it from the side, and it plummets. And plummets. And plummets. And you all hear a solid crash and cracking stone as the Dracarcinoma hits the bottom of the pit. Its last 10 hit points disappear, and it goes into its second stage.
Uh-oh. I mean, yay.
Yeah.
On the Dracarcinoma's turn, our characters cannot see this, but what the players and the audience are going to be made aware of is, with the adrenaline pumping through the Dracarcinoma's system, with the transmutation magic that is imbued into its form, and in its panic and in its desire to escape, the magic suffusing its body and the tumorous growths that permeate its flesh begin to mutate rapidly, and bony, sinewy, barely scaled wings of pink flesh rip from its back. And so, Tirfi, it plummets, and then immediately you hear rushing wind as the dragon is rapidly on its way back up from the pit. Dashing and using its action, it is just able to get 20 feet above the hole. And now we're in phase 2, baby.
Cool.
I scream.
God,
I
that was
shout.
such a cool couple turns.
Now just Thorn Whip it back into the hole.
Look, sometimes a combat gets way more cinematic than I was planning on it being.
Yeah.
And I'm not upset. I'm also going to roll a d6 to see if it gets its breath weapon back. It can't use it this turn since it's had to dash to get back up here. But it does not have its breath weapon. So the Dracarcinoma is now 20 feet above the pit.
Doesn't need a breath weapon, needs a breath mint.
Galatea, you're up.
So, I want to move here. Can I make a melee attack on the Dracarcinoma?
Again, it is 20 feet in the air, so
Oh, okay.
if you do not have a reach, unfortunately, I do
Oh.
not think you can.
Okay, in that case, let's see. Yeah, I'm going to. Okay, Turfy has the egg. That's fine. Okay, let's see how far up I can go. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, I'm moving all the way up here.
Okay.
I'm dropping my maul right next to me and taking out my composite bow,
Okay.
which I believe lets me attack with strength and not only dex.
I realize I need to be switching back so I can refresh Twitch, because Twitch has not been up to date on the map movements of the last couple turns.
Oh.
But that is on me.
So yeah, if I remember correctly, the composite bow allows me to attack with strength.
Yes, the composite bow does allow you to attack using strength instead of dexterity because of the heavy draw that this bow has.
Got it. In that case, I am going to use biting arrow.
Okay, let me go ahead. Show me what that is, please.
Okay. Does 13 hit?
Nom.
13 does barely miss, unfortunately.
Ah, well, that. God damn it! No, I did not. God damn it. How do I just send the spell info?
I can just look it up in your.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I can just look at your sheet here. As part of the action used to cast the spell. Oh no! So you don't make a spell attack. You make a weapon attack with the bow.
Yeah, that's...
I'm gonna go ahead and let you do that again then. Go ahead and give me a weapon attack with the bow.
Oh, I'm using charisma. God damn it.
Yeah, you were using charisma. You should be using strength.
Okay, so composite bow attack. Nope, still no.
Nope, it has the +1 from Bless.
Oh
that
no,
hits.
14, yeah.
That
okay,
hits.
So 12 damage.
12 damage, and let's see.
If it takes a reaction, it's 1d6 cold damage.
Oh, if the target uses its reaction, it's... Oh, that's cool as hell! Yeah, so you all see a large bow with a string that carries a very heavy draw wielded by Galatea. And the cleanest... Well, it's not the cleanest, but a very, very damaging arrow shot into the soft underside of the Dracarcinoma, where the scales are weaker and are folding back, pierces. You can tell by the shrieking noise that the Dracarcinoma makes, that arrow pierces something vital. And it is in its death throes. I want you guys to know that you guys are gonna see it when I do the calculation here. The second health bar was significantly smaller than the first health bar.
Yes.
But death throes, do you mean like dramatically dying or mechanically death throes?
Essentially what I'm saying is this thing is well past bloodied now.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else on your turn, Galatea?
I don't think so. Let me see if I have any bonus action spells prepared.
Okay.
Oh, I forgot I have that. No, that's an action. That's an action. Action, and I'm not going to use that yet. Action, and I already used that. Nope, that's it. That's my turn.
I'm less worried about the monster now than like the toxic steam that's gonna start rising from the oil fire as we're trying to get the fuck out of here.
Oh, trust me. This combat does come with a free bonus package of an escape sequence.
Oh, great! We're in a Metroid game.
Yes,
That's amazing.
exactly.
Oh no.
I promise you,
First
Emmy is
counter
not in
weight.
the sewers.
Please don't. That'll be the horror game I play for Halloween. There we go.
Honestly,
Metroid is a
that's
horror
fair.
game.
It is a
Metroid
horror game.
Dread.
Metroid Dread is a horror game.
I need
Okay.
to stop.
Is your turn over, Gal?
Yes.
Okie dokie. Ibis, you're up.
Awesome. So I'm gonna be scrambling up these stairs as far as I can go. So I think I'm just getting right. Evis is just getting like right next to Lysandra and me like, hi. Because I don't know if I'd be able to actually get up over her.
That's up to you. I don't know if it's half movement to go through her, or she
Yeah.
completely block it.
Would it be half movement? Can I scramble over her? Or is it
Yes.
just, like,
Lysandra will
locked?
count as difficult terrain. So if you have 20 feet of movement left, you can pass her.
What
I
if-
have...
What if you sit on the snake like the dragon from Neverend?
Or
Sorry.
I'll give it to you on 15. If you have 15 feet of movement,
Okay,
you can pass.
I have
You
15
can pass
feet
Lysandra.
of movement.
Okay.
So I will scooch.
Okay,
Just literally ducking behind Lysandra. and be like,
The dragon
Sorry
can't
about
see
this.
you. I feel like she's used to this practice.
Yeah.
People scrambling over her.
As a bonus action, I'm going to healing word. Let's see, who's looking the worst?
Probably still
healing
Kip.
word. Kip, yeah.
11 hit points. I have half my health.
Okay, yeah. You're also very squishy and standing in
Oh,
poison.
No. We're not keeping track of ammunition in a strict sense. We're keeping track in a very loose sense.
Got it.
So what we're gonna do is this: roll a d12 for me.
Okay.
Okay. You're fine. So Darker Dungeons. I'm gonna give you a quick synopsis. Darker Dungeons introduces this thing called an ammunition die, which starts as a 12, and whenever you roll the highest number on that die, it increments down to the next lowest dice. So it goes from a d12 to a d10 to a d8 to a d6 to a d4, and then once you lose the d4, you have to buy more arrows.
Got it.
Got it. Okay, so you are still good on arrows. Your ammo die is still at 12. This means a question that I answered with Claire, I answered incorrectly. That was way earlier, but that's also my bad. Claire, you're also using ammo die. I'm just gonna say for your catapults, you've been rolling below 12. That was my bad, because I got my own mechanics that I agreed to use confused. But regardless,
My munitions are also like based on my spell slots.
That's
Because
fair,
this
that's
isn't
fair.
this isn't like the spell times per day catapult, which I have made. I have made a Glock in 5 feet before.
Oh my
because the catapult wand is really good.
Yeah, it is. People really doubt how good of a spell catapult is.
Oh.
Um,
Catapult, magic
Okay.
missile, Jim's magic missile.
Oh,
We
yeah.
should probably continue on with those.
Yes. Ibis, are you done with your turn?
No. Kip takes 6 points of healing,
Okay.
and I need to know if this dragon is considered large.
Yes, this dragon is considered a large creature.
Okay,
So
then
is
I would like
Lysandra.
Yeah. Then I'm going to use my action to try and channel divinity. And I'm gonna try and make this dragon drop. So
Okay.
Yes, make it prone.
so let's see. As an action, you target a large or small creature that has blood within 60 feet of you.
Okay.
Must succeed a Constitution saving throw.
Okie dokie. What's your DC?
It's only 14.
It rolls an 8.
Oh.
Continue.
Cool. So I can make this creature. Let's see. I'm reading it. Sorry. It has to move up to half their movement in any direction of my choice, or make a single weapon attack, which I don't really want it to do. But
Okay.
is there any way that I could say make it stop moving in the air?
So you're controlling its movement. You want to make it stop using its fly speed. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yeah.
Reduce its movement to 0.
So what I'm gonna do,
Midair.
what I'm gonna do, this isn't the way that this effect is normally used. So I'm gonna have you roll a spellcasting check. So you're just going to. I know that it's your channel divinity, but hear me out.
Mhm.
You're going to roll your wisdom, and if you can beat your own. No, I don't. It shouldn't be. Roll a just general wisdom check,
Mhm.
and if you beat a 15, I will let you fully negate his fly speed and cause him to fall again.
Okay. No, it's a 12.
You have bardic inspiration though.
No, I used it.
Used
Oh,
it.
you did use it.
Yep.
Okay. No,
it's
you
my
have
turn.
regular inspiration though. From when
Oh,
we,
I do have a regular inspiration.
You have regular inspiration. Would you like to use it on this?
Yes.
Okay.
So what does that mean? I just roll
So you're
again?
just re-rolling it. It's basically like
Okay.
pseudo advantage. So
Cool.
give me another wisdom check.
Please, I beg of you. No, it's worse. It's worse this
No.
time, actually.
Okay.
I'm trying to check and see if there's anything else I can do.
Wait, is the Dracosinoma rolling?
Yes, it rolled its own dice. This is a
Okay.
contest. Can you
Uh,
do
it
something
can
about
fly
that?
down.
Yeah.
Yes, actually. I
Oh,
will
God.
cast Unlock on that.
So it rolls
Or-
its with disadvantage. Okay. So I'm going to
It already failed, didn't it?
No. So it was a contested check. It rolled its own
Oh.
check, and that's how I gave you the DC. So you had to beat a 15. Galatea is using Unluck to make it re-roll this.
Oh.
So
That's a spell.
if it does not beat a 12 on this dice, it plummets.
Show us the roll.
I will show the roll. It's
Right.
rolling
Yeah, also
it's
right.
rolling a dexterity saving throw, which it gets a which is a +4. So it rolled an 11 on the first dice, which means if this rolls a 7 or lower on the die, it falls. I'm going to put the roll physically into roll 20. It rolls an 18.
So it takes the 11, which is the 15.
Yeah, so it takes the 11, which
roll.
is still the 15. Unfortunately, the beast stays in the air.
Well, it might not be able to. I can't make it fall, but I can make it move down.
Yes, you still have the
Um,
effect, but... Well,
so
no,
I'm-
wait. It was supposed to roll wisdom, not dexterity. Hold on.
Oh,
Yeah.
A chance.
Please.
And disadvantage on that.
This thing can't be wise.
It's not.
It's foolish.
It doesn't
It's
have a
big.
bonus to dexterity. It doesn't have a bonus to wisdom. It failed. I rolled the wrong dice. It fails. It fails by 1 point.
Oh.
Yay!
Parents.
Uh,
So Gal would get back her die or her spell
Spell?
slot.
yes, you didn't have to cast Unluck. The initial roll
Okay.
failed. I clicked the wrong dice
Got
and
it.
got the wrong number. Which means you didn't have to use your inspiration, so that's back, Evis. That is me making a boo-boo. So
Everyone point
it
at the
failed the
DM
roll
and say
straight up.
shame.
Say
Yeah.
shame. So it actually just failed straight up. So again, the dragon plummets Its
Yeah.
fly speed reduced to 0, and it begins to fall. Since it's not a hover speed, it's 20 feet in the air, and the pit is 100 feet deep. And it's a d6 per 10-foot fallen, up to a maximum of 20 to represent terminal velocity. Which means this dragon is taking 12d6 damage.
Thank you so much.
That's just a scratch.
I'm gonna
just making
roll.
blood
I'm gonna
and its
roll. I'm
wings
gonna
lift
roll
up.
this. I'm gonna roll this. I have a number. I have its maximum health. I have the number this needs to beat. I'm gonna roll the dice publicly so you guys can see the damage roll, and I'm gonna tell you what happens.
Ah,
Oh my
43,
god.
that's good.
43.
that would like knock most of us unconscious, I think.
Oh yeah.
I think that
That
would
would
knock
kill
all
me.
of us unconscious.
The dragon's current hit points is 41. So
Is
The dragon
Ebis,
goes splat.
Ebis, I would like
Yeah.
two things from you. First,
Uh-huh.
I would like to describe what it looks like when you use your blood magic and take over a creature. And I would also like to know how Ebis's magic reacts to you using your control of blood to directly and intentionally kill something.
So the way that I think it looks is Ebis just looking at the thing and saying, "Move." And that's it, like genuinely. And I think that its wings just kind of lock up and its body goes very tight.
Oh yeah.
And I think, what was the second question?
You are a blood cleric. You do blood magic, which is innately a form of necromancy. And blood magic is a lot, it's very personal magic. It's as close as you can be to having a direct connection to magic other than like being a sorcerer. Blood magic is deep and like affects you, not in the same way, but affects you just as much as it affects whatever you are invoking your control on. This is the first time Ebis has used her blood magic during the campaign on screen, like in front of the audience. And the very first time you've ever used this feature, it directly led to you plummeting it to its death and killing it. So the first time we have seen you use your blood magic, you have taken the life and essentially stopped the blood of another creature. So how do you think your magic feels that ripple of change as you use your control over something else's life force to snuff it out?
I think in that same vein that her body also feels very tight. I think like Lysandra is the only person really close to her, but I think that Ebis doesn't breathe while this is happening.
Oh yeah, I like that.
And I think that it's kind of that, like you said, it's very personal. So
I'm gonna add a little bit of flavor to this. Can I get you to roll a dexterity saving throw?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see. Dex save.
The whole second phase of this boss did not get to act because of Ebis.
I got a 20 on a dex
So,
save.
it's a very strange moment, Ebis, as you're invoking your control of the blood magic, and you are using it in a way to purposefully end the life of another creature. And the magic that you carry resonates with life and the lack of it thereof. When the creature falls down the pit and the Dracarcinoma's body slams against the floor and splatters, you feel a buffeting of force as if someone from behind you shoves you. It is not enough to set you off your feet, and it is not enough where Lysandra needs to catch you, but you share a fraction of the force of the impact that the Dracarcinoma feels when it hits the ground.
Yeah, I think that absolutely. And also, I think Ibis has to like take a second and kind of, I think she almost finds herself to be in pain.
Ooh.
Like, just like a very tight chest, I think.
I think
for a few seconds.
For the purpose of this event and for the purpose of Ibis's
take stress?
personal story, I am going to have you take stress. I'm going to have you take a moderate amount of stress, so please roll for me a d4.
Absolutely. 2.
Okay.
I almost am like...
Because Ibis, up to this point, has been a very bubbly and very, like, sure, like, shy and naive, but still generally nice kind of person. And you used a magic that stems very much solely from yourself and used it to directly puppeteer something into its own death. So that's where that stress is coming from, is the realization that the extension of your physical self as it presents magically directly took over another creature and killed it.
Yeah. I think Ibis is pretty fucking stressed, and I think that she just...
All right.
I think she's still not breathing.
As the being falls down the pit and the Dracarcinoma's final breaths are echoed through its impact, the water level begins to recede, and the basin is cleared of its poison. Except that oil fire gets dragged along with the current as the water is receding back. And the water surrounding the base of this dais and working through all of the waterways of this swamp catches with that oil fire, and you all watch as it has not left this room yet, but the fire begins to encroach all of the corrupted water in this room and is going to continue throughout the entire sewer system and possibly into the city.
That's a problem.
Shit.
So, the combat is over, but you're not out of the woods yet.
Okay.
Okay. So, we are staying in initiative order, starting with Kip. The dragon is dead, but the threat is not over yet. So what are you going to be doing? Or you know what? Actually, what I might do first... What I might do first, I'm actually going to put us on a brief intermission, which I forgot to do last time, as I hydrate myself and take care of body functions. And then I suggest all of you do the same. We will be back in 10 or 15 minutes. If you have to go somewhere, I fully understand, and I thank you for visiting as long as you have been. But if you can stick around, I implore you to do so, because we are not yet done with this segment of our adventure. I'll see you all in a second. right. All right. All right. We are back from intermission, and it is time to continue the Empire of Blood, Session 2. What lies beneath?
Child free, huh?
Hello. What an excellent time for me to undeafen.
It's good that you heard that part and not anything before that.
Oh God. Okay.
We weren't talking about anything. Certainly
No.
nothing suspicious.
Certainly not. So, something I want to do real quick for Tirfi, who already made a roll earlier in the session about the structure and, like, what's the word I'm looking for?
Are we back?
The layout?
Yes.
Layout. Structure and layout of the sewer system in the Uridian Empire.
Yes, I simply renovated my mind palace to just be the sewer system.
What I would like from you, relatively low DC since you already made a high roll pertaining to this subject earlier on in the session, but I would like from you is just a straight up intelligence check. No proficiency, just raw intelligence.
Raw.
7.
7. So, you do not have... What I'm going to say is this. You're still getting information, but the accuracy of this information is going to be questionable.
That makes sense to me. Tirfi has been thinking about the toxic steam that they're all going to be dealing with very soon.
Well, so it does kind of pertain to that a little bit.
A little panicky.
I think so. This is actually perfect. You thinking about that already leads into the information I'm going to give you. As you're thinking about the oil fire that is going to start slowly creeping throughout the entire sewer, and the toxic steam and smoke that is going to be bubbling up from all of the toxic water burning and evaporating. You're trying to, like, get a grasp of exactly how much time you have, and whether or not you will be able to get out of the sewer before the oil fire spreads too far. And on a 7...
And then how quickly can we spread the news through the fucking city? God.
Let me see. Okay. If I've done some of my approximations correctly, you will have surprisingly, Google did not have the exact speed that an oil fire spreads. Which sucks.
Strange.
Which sucks. How am I supposed to maintain verisimilitude if I don't know how fast an oil fire goes? What kind of DM am I?
I'm not really.
But what I did read is that the first 30 seconds of an oil fire are when it is able to get to the height of when it will burn, and then it'll continue spreading. But like, the first 30 seconds is the most dangerous part of an oil fire, if I read that correctly.
Its maximum temperature hits within the first 30 seconds.
Max temperature hits within the first 30
and then within that period of time, it spreads within like less than a minute, and it can cover an entire kitchen. Don't ask me why I know that.
So oil
Yeah,
fires are
very
fast, is what we're saying.
Yeah, they're
Yes.
really fast.
They're really fast. So,
Like, the worst
with
kind
a
of fire
7,
can
you
go
don't
with.
have the exact timeline, but you do know that if you guys are gonna get out of here and not be charred bodies for the cleanup crew to find, speed is of the essence.
Okay, yeah. That's not really my turn yet. But I don't know if I should disseminate that information since that's what
Well,
we're on
I'll
right
start
now.
you
You
off.
do have free
Yes.
actions.
Kip is gonna say something, and then you can respond to that, and that can be our
Go for it. Kip, what are you doing?
Role play moment. Kip's looking at the fire, and well, okay. First off, I'm gonna take a point of stress because Kip is now stinky, covered in goo, covered in goop, and also that was gross.
And was on the verge of death.
Anyway,
Are you sure it's only 1 point? I'll believe you if you're saying that, but are you sure it's only a single point?
hey Celeste,
Yes.
remember what I wrote about Kip
That's a fair
and the
point.
things that they're into?
Fair enough. I just wanted to... Near-death experiences are pretty nasty, but if you are saying that that is a minor stressor, I will absolutely honor that.
It's not where my mind went, but okay.
Anyway, Kip is gonna look at the fire and say, unless someone has a way to put out that fire, we better get going.
Yeah, you can see it is already crawling and taking up a good portion of this basin. It is not long until it'll start creeping into the other hallways and waterways of the city.
I don't suppose anyone has a large amount of salt.
It's too late. We need to move. We need to move up, as fast as we can. Get word around the city. There is going to be. Yes, out of here.
Up onto the surface.
Okay.
Don't worry, I too was like, oh, like on that little platform? Okay, sure thing.
Where all the smoke's gonna accumulate.
But no, that makes sense.
Okay, I'm gonna dash all the way across to the other side of the bridge then.
Okay.
And that's
So,
my turn.
if everybody has agreed to run, we don't need to do this turn by turn. The one question I am going to ask is who, if anyone, is going to pick up the green dragon egg?
That's Jervy. She's right next to it.
Jervy? Okay. Yeah, absolutely. You get the egg arm in arm, and all of you are rapidly on the way out. Which is
I'd
good.
like to stay behind Turfy and
Okay.
help with the dragon egg in case anything happens.
Got it?
Wish I had expeditious retreat for the thick snake.
No, I think Lysandra will, like, right in front of Avis as they're, like, moving, she will pull out a curio and then whistle to Typhon.
Okay.
And she just kind of becomes a very small, tiny ball python. And
I
Typhon just kind of
love
scoops
this.
her up and starts dashing. And he moves 120 feet.
Okay.
Yeah, I was about to say, how
So-
fast does Typhon
So
run?
all of you, so this is great. Kip, you are sprinting over the bridge. Tirfi, you are picking up the egg and getting ready to go. Galatea, you are getting next to Tirfi and running with her. Everyone is running out and making their way. And then from the back, Lysandra, what do your curios look like, actually? I would like to know this.
I think they're part of, like the little amethysts that are, like, on, like, the golden, beads that are, like, around the snake's hair. So she just kind of
I
pulls
love
one off
it.
and then
Yeah.
kind of crushes it, and
That's
Thank-
perfect. Yeah, so you just grab this tiny little, like inscribed amethyst stone. Close it in your hand, a pulse of magic goes out, and people, you all can vaguely see behind you as you are getting out that Lysandra takes this stone, closes it in her palm, and rapidly shrinks to the size of just a standard run-of-the-mill snake. And her own familiar, Typhon, comes over, grabs her, and begins zipping out of there with his very, very fast fly speed. And immediately Lysandra and Typhon both just fly past. It's not even a question. They are rapidly outspeeding each and every one of you. But
Kip's gonna yell after you, cheater!
cheater!
I was,
We were
I was
worried
gonna
about
ask.
Lysandra being able to get out, so this is good.
then I remembered a day has passed, so I can prepare this curio.
Also, Crit and Miss, welcome in for the first time. I'm glad you love the artwork.
I was gonna ask. So
Yes.
our brooches that we're wearing, we know that it's a connection between us and whoever's watching us. Is there any
yes,
way
that is correct.
to try and... I was gonna say, like, send a message to them, like, hey, there's something going on. Like, just try and, I don't know.
Send out an
I
Uh,
want, yeah, I want to be like, is there an emergency button?
Yeah. So wearing the brooches that you were given for this mission that provide a lot of physical and like defense for you, but has the penalty of allowing you to be scryed on without a chance for your resistance. Do
Yeah.
you think it out or do you physically speak it out?
I think Ibis is thinking it out, being like, I know that this is a scrying spell. Can I purposely get someone to scry on me? Being like,
Got
I
it.
want to purposely invoke scrying.
Okay. So
Like, let somebody
what this
in.
sounds like to me is in a weird way. Stay with me here. It sounds like you reaching out to the source of your divinity, that being the Empress Leora, the mortal goddess, and trying to see if you can get her or another member of the order to scry on you by calling out. So what I will say, go ahead and give me just a straight up wisdom check. Flat wisdom, as you are using your magic and your faith to call out for aid.
20.
20.
Dirty 20.
Immediately as you call out and you like try to like in a way like feedback loop the brooch. So instead of something establishing a connection with you, you're trying to get the brooch to seek a connection outwards. You feel again that sensation of someone looking just right over your shoulder, as if there is a figure looming behind you with a massive and impenetrable countenance. And you know you are being watched in this moment.
Yes. I think Ibis, as she's like passing by the hole, is like, we took care of what was causing the problems, but we've got to make our way out, and there's a fire. There's a fire, and something's going to happen. We just need people to know that there's a fire in our water system.
You receive a sending that says, so the mission is done, and you have concluded your business down there?
Yes.
Everybody watches as Ibis is immediately teleported out. And only Ibis. You just watch as he zips away. Ibis, you reappear within the Cathedral of the Sustaining Mother, and your compatriots are not with you, but you're safe.
Who is here with me?
Remember, we're expendable.
You see, like, standing in the chamber with you, is the mortal empress, Leora Divia. Or the mortal goddess, Leora Divia. And she smiles, and she says, good work. We're gonna cut back to the party in the sewer.
God!
Kirkia was in the middle of about to say to Ibis, tell them to get people away from grates and sewer entrances. And then stops when she's gone.
I mean,
Okay.
I tried to warn them, and then it was like, what?
It's almost like this empire sucks or something.
Listen,
Anyways.
as a player, I'm not gonna hold it against you.
Of course.
But
As a citizen of the Empire, fuck the Empire.
As a citizen of the empire, fuck you. Fuck you and everything you stand for.
Was it apparent that she was whooshed away?
Oh yeah. Everyone saw the bright flash of light and Ibis disappearing.
Okay, Kip's gonna swear very loudly and keep running.
Good. Love it. Love the energy. So, Kip, Galatea, Tara, and Tirfi. You are the only ones running it on foot. Lysandra is so easily going to get out of the sewers, being carried by Typhon. So, Kip, Gal, Tara, and Tirfi, are any of you taking any special measures to ensure that you are able to get out safely?
Did
You
you
can
see
get
my
creative
message?
with me. Oh, no.
Did you see my message earlier in the chat? It's not a DM. I said it while you were you were narrating, but it was a precaution I wanted to say that Tirfi would take.
Okay.
I said she would be marking the walls at corners with chalk to signify their way out.
Yes, I love that. There is still a sense of like high octane, high adrenaline stress going on here. Not like mechanical stress. So, what I will let you do, because you marked the walls in advance, I'm going to go ahead and let you make a survival check with advantage to use your own note taking, for lack of a better term, and like marking of landmarks to guarantee the fastest and safest way out of here.
Oh, here's a question I haven't gotten to ask yet.
Uh-huh.
My wisdom's not good, and I characterize that as Tirfi being in her own head a lot.
I'll let you use intelligence for this.
Okay, cool. Alrighty. Ooh.
No.
Awful. That's an 8.
8. You still definitely have a sense of where you're going. But you are noticing, because of the way that the sewer system is catching fire and the way that the oil flame is spreading throughout all of the corrupted and poison tainted water, that some of the passages that you had marked earlier became inaccessible. So while it helped you for a bit, you are going to have to think on your feet and devise new ways to get out.
So,
yeah.
Would 10 minutes have passed, like, as we are running away?
Is this a question of, do you still have guidance?
No,
No.
a question if I can cast Find Steed as my racial spell.
Oh, that's right, because, yeah, I would say absolutely.
Okay, then I summon a, where is it? Can a warhorse carry multiple people?
Not 4 people, but definitely multiple people.
Okay,
Especially not 2 people who are a giant boar woman and a 7-foot-tall elf barbarian.
yeah.
It's only like 5 feet tall.
Yeah, you and Kip can fit on the warhorse, no problem.
Like Tirfi would fucking pick up Kip by like his shirt and throw
him on the horse.
throw him onto the horse.
Yeah.
Incredible.
So,
He thanks you effusively.
So, are you using the warhorse, Gal?
I'm guessing an elk is in the same situation.
Yeah. I think any of the mounts that are accessible to you are all large creatures and can only support a maximum of 2 medium creatures.
So,
Then I'm going to...
no, you go ahead.
I'm going to conjure a warhorse and tell it to take Tirfi and Kip away.
Tirfi and Kip. Okay, absolutely.
Yeah.
So, you all watch as, like, Tirfi is guiding you through the labyrinth that is this sewer system, and using the markings that she put on the walls as she comes across maybe the second dead end, now rendered inaccessible because of the fire. Galatea reaches down and pulls from her own shadow a large and beautiful warhorse. It's skin is like, no, its fur is like looking into a void. It is a beautiful black sheen. I don't think it comes with the armor fully attached, although that would be very funny. But a like black as the night warhorse is pulled from Galatea's shadow. And Galatea asks Tirfi and Kip to get on it.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Kip gets on the horse with no hesitation. Tirfi?
Tirfi's just looking at Tara.
So I had a question, actually.
I have an answer.
Did we discuss whether or not the thing that happens with my character just happens if she doesn't take her meds, or does it happen if she's in high-stress situations?
I like it happening in high-stress situations. I think that's wonderful.
Cool. So, this is probably... Tara doesn't like fire. Fire is kind of like her biggest fear.
I'm gonna have Tara... I'm gonna leave it up to the dice, because I think that's fun. I'm gonna have you roll a Constitution saving throw.
Okay.
Okay.
Did not expect this to happen this
early. I have the DC in my head.
It's a 19.
You feel the beast get restless, and the call of the wild, and the need to flee, and the need to let your instincts take over and guide your survival. And you are able to repress that sensation. It is hard, and you are gritting your teeth so hard that your gums hurt, but you are able to keep it down.
What if I don't want to?
If you don't want to,
yeah,
you can choose to not fight.
Yeah, no, she doesn't. She just
Okay,
so
so
you want to
I
describe
think.
it, or should I?
So what I will say is, leading up to this, I think your instinct initially is to suppress the call of the beast and to let yourself remain yourself and not allow your truer side to emerge. And it comes to Tara. One, this is a situation where repressing that instinct does not benefit anybody, least of all including yourself. And secondly, you are around company at the moment that more than likely will not judge or be terrified of you for what this is. So, your initial instinct to repress the feeling and to push it down and to tell the beast another day subsides, and you realize you do not have to fight this. Go ahead and describe what happens to Tara.
As Tirfi looks back to Tara, Tara will look to her and go. As she begins to lurch forward, becoming more lion-like as she transforms into a half-beast, half-humanoid were-lion.
Well then.
And she's going to scoop Galatea up and book.
Okay.
Like over the shoulder and just take
okay,
off.
so the sequence of events is, I want to make sure I have this all down because I find this hilarious. The sequence of events is Lysandra polymorphs herself into a snake and has her own familiar carry her out. Ibis calls into work and says, "Hey, I'm done with the job now," and work is like, "Okay, bet," and immediately takes her away without picking up anybody else. You guys run around, hit a couple of dead ends because the fire closes off passages. Galatea summons a horse, for Tirfi and Kip, and then Galatea gets picked up by Tara, who is now a werelion.
Tara. Now, doesn't Tara grow like a foot taller as a werelion?
Oh, for sure. You are a large creature in this moment.
Fuck yeah.
I'd also like to point out, my original plan was having Turfy guide my horse out, and as me and Tara are running, follow the path my horse takes because I can communicate mentally with the horse over a mile. So the solution was already there, but I love this.
Yeah. So
Tara has enhanced sense of smell and sight.
I am going to say that the sequence of events here is enough that I'm going to give the party the benefit of the doubt and say that you are able to get out of the sewers in time, because this is very funny. And sometimes the chaos of a situation makes it easier for me to say, yeah, this feels like enough. This feels like you've done enough. There's a lot going on here. I don't see how this can go wrong for you. Proceed to the exit.
We planned the Benny Hill theme as we're being chased by Hellfire.
I was like, I imagine you guys are just struggling a little bit because the horse can't go up a ladder.
But the horse can be dismissed.
Yeah.
The horse can be put back into Galatea's shadow. So there is that.
Simply Skyrim horse your way up a 90-degree wall.
Tirfi is steering this horse. Right?
Kirthi is holding a twink and an egg.
I'm
And
just picturing like Kip in her lap.
hands full.
Incredible. I love it. I love this so much. This game is the best, and this is why I play it.
I would also like to say,
Yes.
Galatea would take mild stress because she is not guiding this tense situation.
Okay, give me your take 1 point of stress.
Yep.
Okay. The party blitzes their way through the sewers on horseback and through the terrible and awe-inspiring running speed of a half-lion giant elven woman. You all dip and dive through the various corridors, dodging large gouts of fire whenever they spring up from the corrupted water. And already, as you guys are running out, Tirfi, you are noticing some little sun rays coming down through a well, and the pressure buildup of all of the smoke and fire that is taking over this area is causing large and violent gouts to spring out onto the surface. It isn't pervading through all of the city yet, but it's almost like a ripple in a lake of, like, as the fire spreads through the sewers, more areas of the city are getting affected. But it's still enough for all 5 of you to get out.
I have a question.
I have an answer.
So, with the well situation, because Lysander would be a little bit farther away.
Yeah.
Compared to Tirfi and Kip, because I imagine they're dashing too, so they'd also have 120 feet.
Mm-hmm.
We're on a horse now.
Yeah, so you're 120. Like with the well situation, it would be too dangerous to fly through it, right?
Yeah, flying up
Because
and
of
through
the-
a well would be very ill-advised, because there's
Okay.
any number of chances that a gout of flame can follow you out before you clear the well.
Okay, I was just wondering if Lysander had time to like go through to warn people around the well, but if not, then she would.
Tell you what,
Go to the
I'll let you
exit.
risk it. If you want to give me a
She has-
dexterity check for Typhon.
She has no.
No?
She Lysander has 2 hit points. She will unpolymorph. No.
Fair enough. Okie dokie. All of you make it back to the ladder and sewer grate where you had initially come down here. And one by one, each and everyone is able to get up onto the surface. Tirfi, you notice from the base of the city as it coils and spirals, my goodness, coils and spirals upwards into various tiers. You can see smoke emanating from just about the area where you know your village would be.
Yep. That's what she was thinking about.
Now, it's not guaranteed to be the maximum amount of destructive. There's still time to act, but you did not beat the fire out of the sewer. Going back to the Cathedral of the Sustaining Mother. Ibis, you have a little bit of nausea and your head is still rattled from the act of very suddenly and violently without warning having your location in space-time displaced and rearranged. But you know that you are safe, you are out of the sewers, none of your compatriots are here, and Empress Leora is right in front of you and looks delighted.
I think the span of Ibis taking down a amorphous dragon and Ibis now being in the cathedral was probably 12 seconds. Maybe like
maybe closer to half a minute, but
maybe 30 seconds.
Maybe 30 seconds.
So I think Ibis is stunned seeing the Empress, looking down at the Empress's feet and like trying to bow to her while also like brushing dirt off of her clothes and like trying not to have like holding her shoulder where she's been bitten by like this
seeing you a little bit disheveled and in disarray. Immediately Empress Leora heals you up to maximum hit points, and I'm gonna say she's called a mortal goddess for a reason. She casts a large bulk of spells in a time that she should not be able to were she a mortal spellcaster. Like all within the same round, you are healed, your clothes are mended, the dirt and crust is taken off of your body. She like healing words and uses mending and uses prestidigitation and like just immediately cleans you up so you are pristine and perfect and proper.
I think Ibis just kind of bows to her.
Leora smiles and goes, "Please, Ibis, there is no need for such formalities. I understand the goddess thing, but I promise. The mission was successful, was it not?"
Yes. The creature that was tainting the water source is taken care of, but there was a fire, and there is a fire currently happening in the water system, which I think my the other people that I was tasked to watch over are trying to take care of at the moment, but the water system was taken care of. Yes.
Good.
That the monster is no more.
The issue with the fires, we already have people working on. But it is good that everything went well. You see she takes a moment and pauses. And you see her eyes glaze over temporarily. And they return And she says, "Your compatriots are fine. They are making their escape. None of them look more harmed than when I was scrying on you initially. Your test was to make sure the issue was solved. Their test is getting out. But I had to make sure that one of my precious divine daughters made it out alive, did I not?"
I think of being called a divine daughter. Ibis just smiles from ear to ear.
The indoctrination's working.
There is nothing that she wants more than to be praised by the literal, like, person who she worships.
See, Empress Leora Divya really is just mommy issues turned up to 11.
The entire empire has mommy issues.
See, it's a problem when your maternal figure is also a living deity. And not a good one either.
Not to mention the anxiety of trying to live up to that.
Thank you for all of this. Thank you.
What a humble soul you are, to thank me for giving you a test. But, you're welcome. You show a lot of promise, Ibis. And she says this with a knowing smile, being the living god of this nation. She says, "Now, you did not hear it from me, but I heard some of the higher-ups in the church were impressed."
Impressed by
you?
Me?
Of course.
Oh.
I mean, the way you dispatched that monstrosity with such brutal efficiency, it was wonderful to behold. How did it feel? Because I know, as a practitioner and as the first sustained, blood magic creates a very personal connection with its victim. What was it like to feel death without dying? I remember my first time. It was exhilarating.
It felt
good.
Powerful?
That is it. Powerful. And then she smiles. And I'm gonna have you make an insight check on this. But she says...
Okay.
But she says, Now you get it.
Okay, insight this. Cool. 16. Not awesome.
You can see...
Actually,
Oh?
I have inspiration.
Do you want to do it? Do you want to... This is your choice, but this could drastically change the way Ibis perceives the Order already.
Do it.
Yeah. I
Yeah?
want to use my insight.
Okay?
I think this isn't actually Ibis, like, trying to see something within the mortal goddess. I don't think that's what Ibis is doing. I think this is Ibis, like... I'm just gonna roll it. It's worse. This is just Ibis watching her as intently as possible.
So, on a 16, while you think there might be something that, gosh, you as just a silly mortal could never understand, behind it, the smile and the look in her eyes denotes a great feeling of pride. Do with that what you will. Regardless, she looks to you and says, there are still many more trials for you to go on. But you have taken a great step of achieving a grand standing within the Order. And that should not be understated. You have done good work today.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Now, Calliope wanted to see you after her sustainment.
May I go see her?
You see, she smiles and goes, "Why else would I tell you, silly? Yes,
Oh.
go see Calliope.
Oh.
Enjoy your next couple of days off.
Thank you.
I still expect to see you at communion, but
Mm.
because of what a good job you have done, you do not have to do any of your duties or responsibilities today. Someone else can pick up chores for you for the next few days." And then she very, very lovingly, like, waves her hand, is like, "Go on. You do not need my permission to leave. You are a person with your own autonomy. You can go."
I think Eva's bows to her before like rushing, just like out of the room as fast as she can.
Mm-hmm. Also, if anyone immediately and directly noticed how much the Empress was gaslighting Ibis, no, you didn't. You didn't notice that.
I didn't notice any gaslighting at all. What are you talking about?
Imagine being praised for being such a good pawn and then also being told within the same interaction that you have your own personal autonomy. Imagine.
No, there's no gaslighting. What are you talking
No,
about?
there's no
You're making it
gaslighting.
up.
It's fine. I think you're making it up.
I mean, all we're missing was a good girl.
Honestly.
Honestly.
Yeah.
Honestly, all I was missing was a pat on the head.
But regardless, Ibis, you run off to go find Calliope. And while Ibis is blissfully unaware that the Empire is not handling the issue of the fire spreading around as you would think they are, oh my gosh, hi Mario! Welcome in. Thank you very much for the raid, everybody. Funnily enough, we actually have a little bit more session going this time, so you can actually watch some of what's happening, which is great.
Keep going, keep going, keep going.
Keep going, keep going. But yes, hope your stream was well. Hope everything was delightful. No, we are not ending right now. You're good. You're good, bestie. You did not miss the whole game this time. That's correct. So, continuing on. We cut back to the other 5 members of the party standing outside of the sewer grate, having just escaped without being burned alive by the flames spreading throughout the underside of the city. But the work is not done yet. Columns of smoke and plumes of fire are still visible in the lower sections of the city. And it occurs...
Hello, I hope you aren't ending right now, Omega lol.
Oh, that took a while, but okay. I think notably Tirfi and Tara, you two notice that no fires or anything or smoke have broken out in the church quarter or the noble quarter.
Some house is okay. Yeah.
Love how.
Yeah, Lysandra's house is
your-
fine.
I love how your first reaction was, okay, so my house is okay.
I had to
Not
make
like,
sure. I couldn't remember if
is
she was like
everyone else
in.
Okay?
I don't remember if Lysandra was in the noble.
Yes, Lysandra's very overtly opulent house is in the noble quarter. That is correct.
So Tirfi double checks to see everyone's there, then shoves the egg, which is probably half their size, into Kipariso's hands.
Oh,
Says,
okay.
I am done looking after you, Sula. And is running to the Throck Quarter.
Okay.
Tara's gonna follow Tirfi. Tara in this state at this point because I'm assuming still transformed.
Oh yeah, you're still rocking that were-lion thing. Yeah, for
Yeah.
sure.
So she is literally scooping what was someone who was larger than her up on her shoulder and booking it.
Okay.
And she'll start talking to Tirfi very quickly. My plan is to scare everyone out of the Throck Quarter. You evacuate everyone as you possibly can. I only have I have limited time to be in this fort. And she'll book it as fast as she can. And then just start roaring, kaiju style.
Tara and Tirfi begin just fucking tearing through the city as Tara is rushing to get Tirfi to the Throck Quarter as soon as she possibly can. Kip, Lysandra, and Galatea, you three are still outside of the sewer grate. What are you guys doing?
What am I supposed to do with this?
I think Lysandra will have Typhon put her down, and then she's gonna become her full Gorgon aesthetic.
Yeah, you're back to being an 8-foot tall Gorgon lady.
Yeah, and she's going to look at Typhon and be like, follow them. Keep an eye on them. And have him follow after Tirfi and Tara. Mostly to keep an eye on Tara.
Okay, Typhon splits off and lands on top of Tirfi's shoulder, who is on Tara's shoulder. This is delightful. Mommy Mushroom, we're actually only in the second episode. I think it's a little bit too late to give a recap towards the back end of the session, but I will have the VOD available on YouTube. The first session is already on there. And this version of the VOD will be uploaded next Sunday. So you do have the chance to watch it then. I also should have it up on the channel, so you can watch it immediately on Twitch as well. Yeah, we are 4.5 hours in and about to end the session, but we're just taking care of some pretty important events before that happens. So the 3 T's, Tara, Tirfi, and Typhon, are all on the way up into the Throck Quarter. Lysandra, you were going somewhere after you sent out Typhon, correct?
Yeah, I was going to insist on either Kip, come follow me, or give me the egg.
Kip, are you following Lysandra or giving her the egg?
Take
I
it.
grab the
I don't
egg.
want it.
I grab the egg and follow Lysandra.
Okay.
I think she's gonna go to the noble quarters. I think she's gonna put the egg somewhere safe, and I feel like she just has a better idea of how to keep.
Okay. Perfect. So Lysandra, you begin heading up to your home in the noble quarter, and Galatea follows you, holding the green dragon egg from the sewer.
And if I have a free hand, do I have a free hand?
What's your strength?
16.
+3 bonus. You're a big girl. Yeah, you have a free hand.
Okay, can I grab Kip's collar and drag her and say to her, listen here, you're going to help them down there with all the problems we caused with the fire?
Yeah, that was the plan.
Okay, let's her go.
Yeah, I think Lysandra's plan is go to the noble district and spread word, and I think Kip would be the perfect person to do that.
Okay.
Yeah, and you know what? I actually happen to have a spell that might help.
Okay.
All right, come on, little one, let's go.
Remember, as this is an oil fire, if it's a spell that creates water, that will actually make things worse.
Yeah.
No, it is nothing like that. It
Okay,
doesn't
perfect.
create anything.
Perfect.
Maybe have
Then you three begin to make it up to the noble quarter. You were saying another thing, Kip?
Oh, well, now that I've read the spell, I don't know if it would actually help. It just says you can use this spell to beguile?
What's the spell?
One creature you choose. Never mind. It's not gonna help.
Okay.
I tried.
So
just
I'll
gonna
tell
go
you
out
right
and
now,
attract
the fire
attention.
is not an elemental, does not count as a creature.
I think what
She was trying to
Lysandra.
fool people.
Yeah, I think what
don't
Lysandra
think
will do.
that's-
What Lysandra will do?
Yes, sorry. I think she will ritual cast Gift of Luck and bestow it on Kip. So if
Okay.
just in case they need to persuade people, they have an extra reroll.
Got it. So, Kip, you effectively, through this spell, get, like, all of the bonuses of having the lucky feat. Gift of Luck, until the duration runs out, or until you use all of the charges in it, gives you 3 re-rolls on any roll that you make.
Okay.
So you do have 3 re-rolls at your disposal. So Lysandra, Kipariso, and Galatea all head up to the Noble Quarter. We cut back to Tara, Tirfi, and Typhon. I love saying that. As you guys get into the Throck Quarter. And you see Tirfi. 2 of the wells in this section of the city, with some of the stone fully blown off from the force of the pressure escaping through them. The insides of the wells are caked with char, and you can see piles of now no longer burning but still very, very hot and boiling oil surrounding a good portion of the well. And some of the roofs and fences of the houses here are still very much aflame. It's not as bad as it could be. It could have spread throughout the entire quarter if it was bad enough, but it's still not going to be pretty. And some people are still going to be without even the basic accommodations of the homes that they already have. But it's not destroying this section of the town. Still, though, worth chipping in to help for.
Yeah, we're gonna lose some very young and elderly
Mm-hmm.
who can't move fast enough.
Yeah, Tara, that's what Tara
I-
is actually planning on doing, is grabbing people and moving them.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just. I want to describe Tirfi's headspace at the moment.
Go for it, absolutely. What's
So-
also, I think it's very fair. Now that you're seeing the devastation that the fires are causing, I'm gonna have Tirfi take a moderate amount of stress.
You sure it's moderate?
Is it higher?
Yeah, it's higher.
Major?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So in that case, go ahead and roll for me. Go ahead and roll for me a d6. 5 points of stress.
She is first of all thinking about finding Talessa. That's the goal.
Okay.
Help people immediately in the way, but find Talessa. But she's also thinking about who to blame.
That's a very good question.
She is angry. She thinks, like, what could I have done to prevent that? Not very much. That's not useful.
Mm-hmm.
So Leora is a bit too abstract. Leora is everywhere and causes so many problems generally. Now she's thinking about Ebis. Ebis is the face of this problem to her right now.
Ooh, I like that. Yeah, so in the face of a disastrous situation that has far too many nuances and complicated factors, in order to ground yourself in this and allow yourself to focus on fixing all of the problems that have been created this afternoon, you elect Ebis to be the vessel of your rage so that you can buckle down and stay focused on the task. All right. So because Typhon is here, he is able to give one of you advantage on this, but I would like to know what Tirfi and Tara are both planning on doing to help mitigate the fires in this section of the city. And I will give you something to roll relevant based on what your plan is. We're doing skill challenges now.
So, what Tara wants to do is twofold. Tara is very large and scary, at the moment, and most people would probably run from the werelion, I would assume, yeah?
Yeah.
She's trying to literally scare people into a vacuum.
It's a little bit harder than you would anticipate because this is a section of the city that is overtly populated by some big, hulking, battle-bred, boar-like humanoids. But you are definitely able to get people to vacate.
And the other thing that she would want to do is for those who, like Tirfi said, can't move fast enough to vacate. She is scooping up as many people as she can, and taking them out.
So, I'm gonna offer a fun little deal for you. We're gonna make this a strength athletics check.
Okay.
Now, you can take the help action from Typhon and allow him to assist you, but remove that as a resource for Tirfi to use. Or, I will let you take 2 levels of exhaustion right now to get advantage because of your own adrenaline and the pushing of your body to its limits, and leave Typhon to help Tirfi.
How many? So I would, Yep. So I would have, at this point, 3 levels of exhaustion because my rage is gone. And, and then, alright, so I'm gonna take the 2 levels of exhaustion. And then you said strength athletics?
With advantage, because you are taking those exhaustion levels. Go for it.
13.
13 could certainly be better, but is a step in the right direction. So, I guess, here's my question. This is a hard question, and I'm sorry for this. There are 2 groups of people that you are working on getting out of here. The children and the elderly, both of which who are not able to escape this situation very efficiently on their own merits. Of these 2 groups, who are you prioritizing the absolute safety of?
The elderly have lived their lives, the children are the future, so I'm getting the kids help.
So I'm going to tell you right now, you are able to get all of the children out of this section of the city. You are not able to save everyone else. You still get it done. You still help some of the elderly and infirm people get out of the city, but it's not as many people as you would have hoped.
After Tara gets everyone out, prioritizing kind of her own safety, because werelion in a city, generally bad, she's going to go and to her normal hunting grounds in the woods around the mountain and hide.
Okay. Got it. After getting everyone out, you escape into the wilderness and make yourself, as much as you can, unseen. It is a partial success, but it's still a success. Tirfi, what are you doing? And you are guaranteed advantage on this roll because of Typhon.
She is thinking about controlling where the fire spreads.
Okay.
And because I cannot manifest many tons of sand to put out the fire.
Unfortunate.
her thinking is using trying to get active people still in the area to assist with establishing a controlled fire boundary to make a limited spot by which the fire can no longer spread.
So, it
deny
sounds like
deny it fuel, so it only goes so far.
It sounds like, in this case, the crux of this is you rallying those who are still in the section of the city who are still able-bodied. Would that be correct?
Yeah.
Okay. In that circumstance, it feels most befitting to make this a charisma-focused role.
Mm-hmm.
So in that case, go ahead and give me persuasion. Again, you do have advantage because of Typhon.
Because he looks cute.
Because he looks cute. We don't have to get into the specifics.
Or because he's a drake that helps Lysandra.
Yeah, that's fair. He is a familiar face of a very helpful person. I think that does help a little bit.
Yeah. So, attempting to rally people. Not a people person, but let's go. Okay, that's a 16 on the die, or 19 on the die, actually, with Typhon's advantage.
Okie dokie. Overall, a 19 with a +0 is a very, very, very fortunate roll for you to have made. Absolutely.
We'll say it's Tirfi's being a pillar of the community.
For sure.
Coming home to roost.
When one of the most helpful and selfless and down-to-earth people living in this community calls upon you for help, who are you to turn it down? So, with the strength not only of your words, but of who you are, as that is something that you are invoking the power of, you are absolutely able to command an effort of able-bodied members of the Throck community to, like, cordon off and use controlled burning to lead the fire away from the bulk of the houses in the city, and with careful placement and even more careful effort, you are able to get the fire to a place where it is able to naturally die down. And as much as you could have, you have managed to mitigate the damages.
I know where's my fucking wife.
With the Throck quarter taken care of, and with the fires diminished, we're gonna move back to Lysandra, Kip, and Galatea, who are heading up to Lysandra's house. Are you just dropping off the egg there and then doing something else?
I feel like it's like as they leave, because I always imagine if it's from like the bottom quarters, going to the noble district, they're going to pass several like groups of people. So I feel like spreading word of what is happening.
Absolutely. So I will say the Empire is still making efforts to make sure the fires are doused.
Yeah.
But they are absolutely, like, it's so clear and obvious that you don't have time to question whether or not this is an incorrect assumption. Yeah. They are obviously prioritizing the sections and communities that matter most importantly to the nobility and higher-ups of the Empire.
Yeah. So that's why she feels like she's not questioning. She assures that like they're doing their own thing, but having more people spread word and like precaution is probably where she's going.
And absolutely
having Kip being a silver tongue bard perfect person to spread gossip.
I think with the fact that 3 of our charisma-focused characters are traveling in a group, moving
me.
with haste, and oh yeah, you're an intelligence warlock.
I too have a +5 in persuasion.
Okay, so what I'm saying is all of you are personable enough and important enough in the eyes of the people. Galatea maybe less so, but she makes up for it by being genuinely very scary and very good at getting her point across. All of you...
I do have a +5 in persuasion.
Oh, it is persuasion? Oh, okay, fair enough.
Yeah, I have a +3 in intimidation.
Okay,
Yeah, no,
you're not
she
as scary.
doesn't like conflict.
Got
Yeah,
it.
She doesn't like conflict.
Fair
Also,
enough. Honestly, I respect it.
Movie star smile.
Movie star smile, for sure. But yeah, absolutely 3 of the most charismatic members of the party moving together in a group. For sure. I'm going to skip over some roles in this section just so we can get to the end of the game. For sure, you 3 are definitely able to put a boot in the ass of some of the people, like some of the guards and everything here, and expedite the process of making sure some of the other sections of the city get some much needed help and attention.
I think also Lysandra would have asked either Kip or Galatea if they had cloth or something to hide the egg, so like it's not out in the open.
Fair enough.
Oh fuck,
It
right.
will
Can I
offer his
unattune
toga.
from the bracelet?
Are you unattuning from the brooch? That takes a short rest to do, actually. You cannot do it in the moment.
I mean, you can yeet it, but...
You can yeet it, but it'll stay attuned to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they can still scry me.
Yep. And if it's not physically on your person, you don't get the armor class and saving throw benefits. So it's worse to throw it out.
Do they still have disadvantage to scry on me?
It
Or, like I have
kind of-
advantage, or is it bypasses all that?
It bypasses. It is a
Okay.
direct,
Because you're
you don't get to make a roll. Like the
Okay.
scry automatically succeeds. But still.
Lysandra wouldn't care.
So now that you know for a certainty that other sections of the city are being taken care of, are you heading back to your house, Lysandra?
I don't know where to take the egg, so probably there.
I mean, here's the thing. You are a snake person. So your house has the magical
Probably.
means to be temperature controlled.
Yeah.
In a way that is safe and good for reptilian creatures. So
And I don't. Yeah, and I don't think she's like aware that like, oh, I should tell people. It's more of like, get this out of you, take it home. We'll be safe there.
Got it.
And then when things calm down, I'll tell people that like, oh, by the way, we have a dragon's egg in the quarters.
Okay.
I have a question.
I have an answer.
Is there like a back way that Tara would know to be able to sneak home without being seen?
I'm still gonna have you roll a stealth check, but yeah, I do think that's something that's possible for you.
Sweet.
But I guess Galatea and Kip get
Every kind of city has back alleys and little traveled roads.
20.
Almost.
20?
Hell yeah.
Almost every city. But yeah, on a 20, for sure, you are definitely able to secretly seclude yourself back to home.
Yeah,
I guess
then
Kip
Tara's probably going to be like curled up,
Aw.
genuinely very upset that they like lioned out in front of everyone, because she's very insecure about it.
Mm-hmm. Like, even in the moment, knowing that these are people who would not pass harsh judgments upon you doesn't make it easier.
Yeah, that's why I took moderate stress earlier.
Oh, for sure. Entirely
Yeah,
understandable.
being a furry does take killing the part of you that cringes. It's a lot of work.
God fucking damn it, Claire.
So, question.
Answer.
Where does Igel live?
So I was trying to decide first when I read over the story the first time. Looking over it, there is definitely a quarter of the city dedicated to like research and the progression of artifice. Again, this is a kind of nation that, in a sense, worships arcana tech as if it were a divine gift. Usually attributed to the Empress Leora giving that gift to the people of Eurydia. So, with her story and the fact that she is training with an artificer right now, you know for sure that she is in a block of the city that is safe, purely because it's a block of the city that the Empire actually gives a shit about.
Okay, no major stressor there.
No major stress. If she is actively apprenticing for an artificer, the artificers live in a very, very good part of the city.
Yeah.
Likely they. Would you say they probably even have a separate water source?
Probably. Maybe even that. Well, it's also the thing of like, most of the nobility is sustained and does not need food nor water. So literally the water source is looked at the Empire of like, oh yeah, that's a thing for the common people. Like, water is enough of a thing that they don't need where they're like, oh yeah, water, the thing that commoners need to survive. It's that bad. Again, this Empire sucks.
I'm just gonna say it again. Fuck the Empire.
Fuck the Empire. Let's all say it. Fuck the Empire.
But not in the fun way.
Not in the fun way.
It's just a few bad apples.
What are you talking about? The Empire's totally cool and normal.
Totally cool and normal, and not at all like just a bed of the worst fucking indoctrination and elitism that you've ever fucking seen.
The Lions think this is okay.
This is fine.
This is fine.
So, I think with most of the major issues being settled, the egg put in a place that is safe, the guards working on quenching the rest of the fires around town, the Throck Quarter safe, and your job completed. This feels like a good place to leave off our ill-fated heroes for now. Till next, we must revisit them. Thank you all very much for watching the second episode of Performance Check, The Empire of Blood. Please join us, not this Sunday, but next Sunday. Not this upcoming Sunday, but this, you know what I meant. You know what I meant.
In 2 weeks.
In 2 weeks.
No, please explain.
In the meantime, we're not signing off or ending the stream just yet. Just like before, we have to have a talk back about what the fuck just happened this session. For those of you in the Discord who need to go, you are welcome to go. But for those of you who want to stay and yell at me for being an evil mastermind, now is your chance to do it.
I have an important question.
Yes, important question.
Which I will ask every big session. Because I'm evil. Do we level up? Or not yet?
Not yet. There's not a level yet.
Okay.
I have a big question.
Yeah?
Since it's very cinematic, could I take off some stress while everybody else is gaining stress? Because I'm
honestly
just living the fucking dream.
You being teleported back home.
I was basically fucking head patted by my god.
Yeah, being praised by the mortal deity that stands before you. And then also being told, hey, you're not a girlfriend, but definitely your girlfriend is waiting to see you. Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to call that a moderate stress reliever. So go ahead and give me a D4 and heal that much stress.
3.
3. Perfect.
Awesome.
Ibis is doing great right now.
I just I got cleaned up. My clothes are stitched. No dents in my chest plate or whatever. I'm good.
You're good. You're doing fantastic.
I was gaslighted.
No, you weren't.
Everyone else is stressing and running around the city, and Ibis is just hanging out.
Yeah.
That's how it is.
Evis
You
is
know,
just,
hey,
like,
sometimes
twirling her hair.
sometimes there are perks to being waist deep in the most corrupt institution in the city.
Huh? No, it's not corrupt. What are you talking about? Anyway, sorry.
Hey, don't worry about it. But yes, anybody have any highlights or favorite moments from this session?
Ooh,
me,
I have one.
me.
Okay, Kip, go first. What do you got for me, Lynx?
Hey, I really liked it when Ibis destroyed that dragon piece of shit thing that was disgusting and I hated it and made it gravity.
It made it gravity.
Made it gravity.
Yeah,
Yes.
using your blood magic
Made it
to
gravity.
lock up all of the muscles in its body and forcing it to fall to the bottom of like 100-foot deep pit. Very good
sexy.
moment. Very cinematic.
Oh, so good.
I have one.
Uh-huh.
Mine was more of a funny moment. I think one of my favorite moments of this session was as soon as we knew the dragon was dead, Lysandra going, "Nope," and then becoming a tiny snake.
Lysandra going, great, it's done. I'm fucking off. I'm leaving. Honestly, yeah, that's very good.
The mindset for her was the panic of getting out quick enough to warn people.
Mm-hmm.
And she knew Typhon was fast enough to get her out. She does feel bad that she left Tara behind. But she also knows Tara is strong, independent woman.
Mm-hmm.
Strong, independent house cat.
Tara?
There's her house cat.
Victor, what was the moment you were gonna highlight?
Mine was, I literally wrote it down in my notes, was Tyrfie's choosing Ibis to be, quote, the vessel of her rage.
It's
incredible.
So good.
So good.
Now you know you're playing fun and nuanced and interesting characters correctly when the person who is playing the character that your character has sworn a vendetta against praises you for making that choice.
So good.
But no, for real, I think it's really cool that like Tyrfie was like, it's so hard because of how complicated the situation is to find a face to be mad at, but I have every reason to be pissed off at Ibis, so I'm just gonna make her the like, she's just gonna be the face of everything that went wrong today.
Yeah.
Truly.
She just needed to pick one. And
Oh, of course.
Leora's kind of forever, and she already wants Leora dead.
You already
so
don't
that-
like Leora, but Leora, in a sense, is too big to blame small things on.
Yeah.
Yeah, like.
And like Ibis is at least tangible, and you've talked to her and interacted with her, so you know how she is.
You also
you have a connection.
heard one half of a conversation where Ibis was telling her boss that her job was done, and then Ibis immediately vanished because she was teleported out.
Yeah, the first thing she's going to assume is that the rest of them were abandoned there, and
That's
seeing
a fair
that,
assumption to make.
I mean,
Yeah.
sort of knowing that like the Throck Quarter was going to be left to its own devices, but not
Oh, of
even
course.
like other quarters having organization against the ensuing fire.
See,
other
it's the
than
kind of thing where it's like,
the protected ones.
we have to criticize but also definitely understand the city's infrastructure, because no one at any point was like, hey, we should have precautionary measures just in case a weird fucked up dragon corrupts our water supply and starts an oil fire that spreads throughout the entire city. Like, that's not a thing that they can prepare for. But also, on top of everything else, your guys' trek through the sewers definitely, like, you definitely saw a couple of glaring infrastructural issues.
I don't mean like infrastructural failsafes. I mean like the organized response or lack thereof.
Lack thereof.
There were no fail safes, nor was the response to this truly like very, very harrowing and tragic event. The response to it was little to nothing.
The scene that I that is just still playing over and over again in my head is I guess it's technically 2, but I sort of imagine it in like a show where you show 2 juxtaposed scenes to play irony. They're very different.
Yeah.
It is Ibis having the best day of her life, and Kirfi having the worst.
Yeah.
I think it's very good. And I think, like, sometimes I don't have to write or orchestrate a glaring criticism of the way the system works. Sometimes it happens naturally, and Ibis being rewarded for abandoning her friends, and Tirfi having to rescue her community that the Empire was not going to save, is a very, very major criticism of this entire structure.
I agree. This is the 5e. This is the 5e system's fault. We could be playing GURPS instead.
But yeah, it's so good.
But also, no one ever play GURPS. Actually, please.
I have been sitting on the Dracarcinoma as a monster for literally like 2 weeks. I came up with the monster. Well, 3 weeks technically.
You know what? You can sit on it a little bit longer.
You can sit on it a little bit longer.
You can go ahead and toss that bad boy in trash.
Hey! I promise it was a unique monster, and you're not gonna find another one. If it's any consolation, Dracarcinoma will not be making a second appearance.
I appreciate it very much.
Fucked up tiny King Ghidorah won't come back?
No! I think when I was designing the mechanics for the Dracarcinoma, one of my favorite fucking things, and it's funny how immediately I was praised for fucking you all over with this, but it's having its 2 heads emit a poison gas and then immediately spark and ignite it.
Amazing.
It's such a cool fucking flavor, and I was as soon as I thought of the idea, I was like, this has to be in the fucking stat block. This has gotta be.
Just this eldritch horror orb of dragon goo that can light its own juice on fire.
It's nasty. It's an awful fucking monster. Also, you did not get to see its signature attack from phase 2.
Which I'm glad of.
What was it? Please enlighten us.
Oh, of course. What the Dracarcinoma was going to do is those like dragon-like appendages that were all over the water, and the one that lashed out, or like tail-like appendages that were all over the water and lashed out at Typhon. He was going to cause a ring of those to break through the flagstone and release a massive radius of poisonous gas, and then the turn after was going to ignite it. So everybody had 1 round to get out of a simply massive fucking gas cloud before the Dracarcinoma incinerated everyone inside of it.
That's terrifying.
Yeah.
Awful.
I made a fucked up guy. It's a fucked up little guy.
I'm glad I got to kill your fucked up little guy.
Seiju Evil Mastermind, thank you. I appreciate it.
I really like yanking
Yeah,
the
that was
box
fun.
into a pit, and then it flies back out,
See,
and then
I love
and then throwing it back down.
The fucking cinema of, I'm gonna use Thorn Whip to pull the monster into the pit. The monster falls in the pit, it ends its first phase, it grows wings, starts its second phase, flies back up, gets shot in the chest with an arrow, and then has its entire body paralyzed and falls back into the fucking pit that it just flew out of.
The way you
So
initially
good.
described the monster, it reminded. Then I keep referencing Godzilla stuff, but if you've ever seen Shin Godzilla, the way that it like evolved with the wings reminded me so much of Shin Godzilla.
So I forgot to describe this when I was initially describing the creature, but like he still had wings, but they were shriveled and vestigial and didn't function. And all of the flesh from those wings got pulled into his body and reconstituted and reorganized into a set of wings that works.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I was
I'm-
just waiting to be able to. Oh, go ahead.
I'm sad Lottie's not here to hear this, but I imagined a version from Galatea's perspective where they're not paying attention to Evis doing the blood magic casting, and it's just like, whoa, that was a really good shot.
I love the idea of Galatea not seeing Evis's magic, and it's just like, I must have punctured the spinal cord and paralyzed it.
Just the idea of like two people just completely missing that Ibis was the person who killed the dragon, because Lysandra could not see the dragon at all.
Hey, Ibis, how does it feel to know that anytime a creature dies when under the effects of your blood magic, whether or not you kill them, you feel a fraction of the sensation of what it felt like when they died? How does that knowledge feel to you?
That feels incredible to me. Thank you so much for hurting my character.
You're welcome.
I love it. I can't wait to give Ibis a panic attack.
I tell you, if Ibis gets, like, if Ibis suffers enough stress to gain an affliction, if we happen to roll on masochistic, things are gonna get bad. Masochistic Ibis is going to be probably the worst state of her that could exist.
Look, I want to like try and say like she's a fucking blood cleric, of course she uses her blood to cast spells, but I also don't want to get that dark that fast.
Not yet. Build it up to it.
Not yet.
Yeah.
I'm holding on to it.
Trust me,
like,
I actually have I actually have a specific list of mechanical benefits that Ibis will gain if she goes masochistic. But there's also like some psychological downsides for her if that happens.
Uh-huh.
Of course.
Suffice to say, it'll be real bad if that happens, and I'm gonna leave it there.
As of right now, Ibis just needs to eat a lot of red meats, and that's her life.
That's her life. Especially, and again, I keep raising this as an option because I think it's so interesting. Ibis will eventually get sustained. We agree that this is part of her process, part of her character arc, that she is going to be selected for sustainment and is going to be promoted to a Silent Sister.
Unless
Ibis still has a choice once she figures out what sustainment is. One, whether or not she likes it, and two, whether or not she's going to go through with it anyways.
Is it really a choice? Like,
Is it really a choice?
Do you get to say no and walk out alive? Is that really?
I mean,
I will say,
isn't that kind of-
I am designing the encounter for that. It is possible for Ibis to get out without getting sustained. I am making that an option for her.
Mhm.
But it's still up
I
to
know
you
that.
to make that choice.
Uh-huh. I know that there's two options, and I'm so excited to see. I don't know. I don't know what to do. Depends on how traumatized Ibis is.
Of course. Also, something that's very, very worth note and very important. This session was one small portion of what will be the first major plot arc of the campaign. I know that it is implied in the flow of D&D, but that's what it is. But like, the plot was not what's going on in the sewer. The sewer was the plot hook that gets you into what we will be exploring next session.
Man, imagine almost getting killed by the plot hook.
Imagine almost getting killed by literally the first encounter of the game. I made a paragon creature because I wanted to set the terms of how I'm running this.
To do we roll a chance die to see if Tirfi's house burned down? Is that
Do you want to?
sure?
Give me a
Does
D100.
everyone just get to hang out at Lysandra's place? Is that what's gonna happen?
Lysandra has adopted everyone.
Well, right now, I guess Kip and Galatea are invited in the household. So those two fucks could just do whatever they want.
Would you like to take a bath?
Tirfi, your house is still standing.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's their first priority. I'm gonna take a
Yeah.
note of that.
It is probably the longest bathtub you've ever seen. I'm just letting you know. It's
Oh
so
my
long.
How long does it take to get rid of stress, or not stress, exhaustion in your
Rest.
system? Okay.
Yeah, long rest. Stress doesn't go away until you take a full rest. The party has to rest continuously for at least a week for their stress to go away.
Unless
What
it's
is
like
Activities you can
yeah, there's
engage in?
activities.
Yeah, there's like downtime activities and things that you can do, but like generally speaking, the Empire does not work in a way where it really likes giving people time to take breaks.
Yeah, I was gonna say, do you think we're going to have like a long rest next session? Because then we can plan accordingly. 'cause
You guys
it's
can take a long
lot.
rest, but the plot might demand that you do not take a full rest.
Okay. So no full. So we don't need to come up with like what situations are the characters doing during the week.
Oh yeah, no. What I will say is the Empire does immediately have more work for you.
Okay.
You're
Tara is going to attempt to sleep off 3 levels of at least 1 or 2
Nice.
levels of the
Yeah, at
3
least
levels
2.
of exhaustion she's got. Well, no, she lost one. She got 1 from the end of her rage, and then 2 from carrying
why does the end of her rage give her a level of exhaustion?
It always does that. It's part
It
of.
does not.
Oh, okay.
No, that's
I thought it did.
that's specifically part of Berserker Barbarian.
Ah, okay. Cool.
That's not
Only
base
has 2.
Barbarian. You only have 2 levels of exhaustion.
I'm imagining Tirfi in sunglasses and like a Hawaiian shirt. Someone comes up, adventure, your empress needs you. I'm on vacation.
Oh, you think you get vacation time? That's adorable.
No, never.
That is
No
that
paid
is so
vacations?
cute that you think you get vacation time.
Actually, you're adorable.
I'm ready for
Speaking
fucked
of
up vision times.
adorable, I really liked the bit. Like, I'm not proposing this for nomination or anything, but I liked when Tirfi picked Kip up and put him on the horse next to the egg, and I liked it so much that I drew it.
Oh,
Yeah.
let's
It's
see.
it's a really cute sketch.
It was just so cinematic in my head and beautiful and perfect.
It's you know there is no single thing that both simultaneously gives me an ego boost and also humbles me as a dungeon master when I describe a scene in a rush and you draw that scene and it's fucking beautiful. It happened before with what was supposed to be the podcast format of Performance Check. We were originally going to do a podcast, but we had some troubles with the group and scheduling, so we decided to switch straight to the stream instead. But in the podcast, and this is a campaign that I still want to revisit on this show later. I just didn't think I wanted it to be the first one after all. But the character that Lynx was playing in that campaign, a very, very lovely he-they, who
By
was
lovely. She means sexy.
sexy and also like, okay, this reminds
Especially,
me.
I touched their abs.
This reminds me
every
of
time.
The
There is-
saddest, angstiest little anime boy you've ever met in your life. That's him.
So I've
Imagine a sad, wet noodle.
Yeah.
Nier was such a sad boy. I can't even begin to
Nope.
describe how sad of a boy
Nope.
that Nier was.
No one's
love
ready
them
for
with my whole
Nier. No one's ready for Lucian and Marbles.
Oh my
And
god.
no one's ready for Busy.
No one's
I
prepared.
truly cannot. I want to play them again so bad.
We'll get there. I promise.
I
But
know.
what I was gonna say was, in that campaign, in the very first session, I describe the party being resurrected in a temple because they are heroes from several centuries ago who got brought back to life by true resurrection so that they can fight the bad guy who they killed the first time. Because he also came back. And then they're like, shit, we need the guys who killed him last time. And so they brought the ancient heroes of the time back to life. And Nier just fully was like, I can't be in this room right now because a lot was going on. And so they fucked off and went outside of the temple. Yeah. And because Nier was a monk, Nier climbed on top of like a good, I want to say a good maybe like 40-foot tall statue of a female priest who is like shrouded over in like a very elaborate regalia and has her head down and her arms crossed, and Nier jumps and like climbs up onto that statue, and then the big bad evil guy lands in front of him on the back of a Dracolich. And it was a really cool scene to describe, and then Lynx drew it, and it was cooler than the way I described the scene.
And sometimes I just go overboard. That's what I do.
Hey, Lynx.
And I love that for
Yeah.
you.
What is the last note on your notes?
The last note on my notes?
What is that?
Remember to disparage the crab selling lady?
What is...
Oh.
The crab selling lady from the first session.
The crab selling lady.
Yeah. The one who sells novelty fancy crabs?
Who links... Who
Why you
like...
disparage
Who
her?
Kipariso is... I'm pretty sure who Kip is 100% certain is the reason why Eudoris never showed up for dinner.
Yes, that person.
Kip
Gotcha.
is like, yeah, Eudoris didn't show up because he was too busy banging the crab lady.
The crab lady. Sorry.
There's too many jokes.
There's too many jokes.
They make themselves.
I'm so glad that crabs just came to me in that moment as the thing that this random person sold.
It was
I'm
so
proud of
fucking
myself.
funny.
Not even just crabs, novelty crabs.
One of the things I appreciate a lot about this group, but especially appreciate in the direction of Lynx, is how good you guys are at fucking blindsiding me with shit. And then I just have to take it and run with it. And then, like, Lynx playing as Kip in the first session is like, yeah, you know, the lady that sells novelty crabs. And I'm like, yeah, I guess that's a person who exists now. Thanks, Lynx.
You gotta make up a name now.
I gotta make up a crab lady.
Our
The
favorite
crab lady is
reoccurring
so
NPC.
itchy.
I think we gave her a name, actually.
We did. I don't remember it, but we for sure gave her a name.
I wrote it down
Watch the
somewhere
VOD.
because Kip
I'll have to
has
watch the VOD back. But it's
Against the crab lady. Crab lady's too good
name
in
was
bed.
Raya.
Keeps on stealing Kip's best friend.
That's the crab.
Sorry.
lady's name. Raya.
right. Incredible.
My sworn enemy.
Sworn enemy. Crab Lady is gonna be walking around the streets minding her own damn business, and Kip is gonna come out of the woodworks and jump her.
No, Kip's gonna do the thing. Like, he's gonna commit insurance fraud with this lady. Basically. He's gonna frame her in the eye of public opinion.
I love it. I love it so much. We've been talking for a hot sec. I want to go back to the first thing, which is, now that we've talked about some of our favorite scenes from this session, who do we think had some of the strongest or most, not most dramatic, I want to say like
Impactful?
most impactful,
Most fun to watch.
yeah, who had scenes that were either like, all of you are pitching a vote to somebody, but I think my criteria are any of the following, which is scenes that were just genuinely so fucking funny and entertaining, scenes that were very, very deeply impactful, or scenes that like really resonated with you as a person and really like a scene that really directly punched you in your core values.
I got
So are
one.
we just voting?
Yeah, you're just electing a scene who
Yeah.
you think was really good, and then we're deciding which of those scenes and the star of said scene is most deserving of inspiration going into the next session.
I jump up. Me.
Yes, Lysandra.
I
they
am
be-
biased
Yes.
because I too play an alchemist artificer. In another session, but who uses Thorn Whip and abuses it in such good and practical ways. Just Tirfi yelling at Kip that they were running the wrong way, healing them with the salve, and I always Claire, I love how you describe like Tirfi's magic. It's beautiful.
Yeah, the way that you describe the magic, and it's not just like, yeah, this thing happens because I'm magic. It's like, oh no, there's all of these little knickknacks and doodads that I have all over my person that represent the spells that I'm packing, and I'm like, it's so good. It's such good flavor.
It's a fun way for an alchemist.
Also, I think on top of it, piggybacking onto what you're already saying, Abby.
Yeah.
As far as like the way that the combat was going, Tirfi was also a powerhouse of damage control and trying to mitigate like how hurt people were or what the dragon was doing. Like Tirfi from the beginning was like, I'm going to try to do as much damage control as I can possibly do from the moment this combat starts, and I think that's super fucking cool.
I can't wait for you to pull what I did with the Verona, where it's just like you're gonna drink the fly potion that you can make, and then you're just gonna Thorn Whip people up and down, and make them just take a continuous D6 falling damage as they fall. But just the Thorn Whipping the dragon to the well was just
so good.
Artificer is my favorite class specifically because it gives me license to play a gadget character.
Yeah.
One of my favorite things to do.
Still 100%, I think my favorite scene was Tirfi's, like, I need somebody to blame and I need it now because I need a way to focus this anger into something good. Like, that, just incredible.
It's my scapegoat and I need it now.
And I need it now.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I also think that a variety of Tier 3 scenes were very, very good. But I have to stand by my initial assessment of Ibis's scenes. Because, so good.
See, it is sort of a symptom of what Ibis represents that means that as a fun, it's a consequence, but it's not a consequence in a way that I think is inherently negative. Just by virtue of what Ibis represents, it's hard for her to not have really fucking impactful scenes.
Yeah, Ibis has earned a lot of, like, maybe not main, but like central character energy from both.
Everyone is gonna have their moments, but like it immediately is clear that like Ibis is someone who's going to be a big deal further in the campaign.
The way you carry out your character, though, Vic, in the situations that she's in, is it is immediately like one of the things that makes this like one of the.
Oh, for sure. Like
I think this is one of the most satisfying campaigns I've played in years.
I'm glad. Some of the decisions. I think this goes for everyone here, but specifically some of the decisions I have seen come out from Vic's corner and come out from Lynx's corner. Some of these are things that I do not have the creativity to come up with and are so, like, they shake the foundations of the campaign sometimes.
Like the crab lady.
That's an example. That's not the example I was gonna go for, but that is an example. But like, truly, I've been role playing with Abby for such a long time, and I know her style very, very well because we met playing D&D, and we've been playing for years. And I am still learning the ways that Lynx and Vic play this game, and I love so much how much they are constantly catching me off guard with some, on one hand, wild, and on one hand, incredibly heart-wrenching character decisions. It really is fucking awesome. I just want to highlight these two because I've wanted you in my games for fucking ages, and only recently have we been able to make it work.
Tragedy is the spice of life.
It
I'm
is.
glad
It
that you
is.
appreciate
And
it.
then, of course, while I'm giving deep and longing compliments to each and every one of my players, Belle and Claire, this is my first campaign I've ever played with you two, and already you stand out as some of my favorite players I've ever had. Both of you are very fucking creative, and again, the same way that I mean it towards Vic and Lynx, you guys are super fucking good at giving, I think, more on the heart-wrenching side of character like moments, but I am enraptured every single time like Tyrfie has a major scene. The dynamic between Tara and Lysandra always chuffles me. It is such a wonderful, wonderful thing. Abby, of course, you are also one of my favorite D&D players since.
I was gonna cry. I was just like,
She's
oh,
a
it's just
white
Abby and the
knight.
favorites. I see how it
I'm
is.
complimenting the newer people first because I have so much I can say about the way that you play this game. But it's also it's hard to say things I've said 1,000 times already regarding someone who has been a staple in every single campaign I have run since the moment we met. You have been in every single campaign I've ever put together. And aside from just you being my fiance and like living with me, it's also like had all of that not happened, you still would have been one of the cornerstones at my table, hands down. I love some of the wild character decisions you have given me before. I've seen a lot of highs and lows come out of Arya and come out of Moira and other characters that no one in this chat will recognize. But
That's not ready to meet Busy. That's just it.
oh gosh, when chat meets Busy.
I can't wait.
Oh god, it's gonna be so good. I'm just gonna. I once again derailed because I was too busy gushing about everybody. The scenes that we are putting together for the votes.
I know Ven said. I will read what Ven said. Because she went to bed. She loved the scene where Tara just let the beast out and did what everything.
Yes.
Did what needed to be done, despite that she thinks and thought about.
Okay, so we have a pitch for Tara being a powerhouse in not only making sure that the monster is dispatched, but also making sure everybody gets out of the sewer and putting in a lot of effort and revealing a part of herself that she is ashamed of because it guarantees other people's safety, as well as her ushering all of the children and the elderly out of the village before the flames got dealt with. I do think Tara had some really fucking good moments as well. I know someone definitely suggested Ibis.
That was me.
Abby suggested Tyrfie. Claire, do you
So
have
did
someone
Vic.
that... now,
I think
Claire...
Victor also agreed with Tyrfie.
Yeah. Vic also agreed with Tyrfie. I feel like it's probably going to Tyrfie today.
I don't
gotta
know.
agree with Tyrfie.
I feel like I might just keep voting for Evis. I don't know. Eventually,
Oh, no, then
eventually
we're at a
that has to
tie.
break.
Eventually, but I
Eventually,
think
I'll do bad.
it does sound like the inspiration is going to Ibis. No, Tyrfie. God damn it. Tyrfie. It's going to Tyrfie. So please add that to your character sheet and you will have inspiration going into the next session, guaranteed. Are there any closing notes or any other things that people want to talk about before we go ahead and wrap up the stream here?
Are you ready for us to raise a baby dragon?
Oh no.
God, yes.
Look, I knew what I was doing when I left one of the eggs intact. I
Maybe
knew
I'm gonna
what
pitch you
I was
an idea.
doing.
I'm gonna pitch you an idea that will hurt me as a person.
Oh,
Not now. Chat can't know.
fair enough.
Although there's one thing that's definitely not a secret. Kip definitely, like, has gotten closer to Tearfy. And is like, oh, she's kind of hot. Oh, dang.
No.
Oh, no.
She's very.
Yeah. That's something that
No,
Kip will have to deal with.
I do think Tearfy, like, I knew from the moment I introduced the Throck conceptually, and the way that Claire immediately was like, I want to play one of those. I want to live it as like this very poorly treated and really, really exploited like group of people within this section of the world, and do truly the best effort I ever have put into being an amazing fucking person to everyone in the community that I reside in. And I was like, fantastic. I love this. And then I also saw the art for Tearfy, and I was like, oh. Yeah. It's wonderful. Look, okay. Abby put this in the Discord chat, but I need to... You told me you had a character who was a Gorgon and expected me to not insist that you play that character in my Greco-Roman setting? Wild.
And now we have other people who are interested in also playing Gorgons or Lamias.
Yeah.
You want to see better representation.
People latched on to the fact that I was like, yeah, you can play a large creature in my games. I don't care. That comes with its own difficulties and challenges. And everyone was like, let me at him.
Wait, if Kip dies, can I be a centaur?
Yeah, centaurs are full size now.
Winks, please.
Centaurs are
I'm
full
so
size.
sorry.
You're a large creature. I don't care.
Winks, don't do this to me.
You're a large creature.
You're not adding a horse.
You're a large creature, and you're even worse with ladders and slopes than Lysandra is.
Okay. So you have to be
Hang
some kind of
upstairs.
spellcaster, so you know how to get out of such situations.
Chinter's
Or I
floating
could be a
gift.
barbarian.
Centaur barbarian.
How is that
very
going
fun.
to help you
there
get out?
is- so-
Oh, well.
I have
Simply punch the
two
wall.
different versions of tieflings in my settings. I have the infernal tieflings who like come from the Nine Hells, and then I have another set of tieflings that are more demonic in their influence instead of devilish, and they come from my version of the Abyss, which is known as Hadia. And Hadian tieflings have, instead of it being like you're based on whoever the archdemon that you are born, or archdevil that you are born from is, instead with them, because I had to, they're all like 7 deadly sins based. And the Hadian tiefling of Wrath, specifically, is a centaur, except rather than having the bottom half of a regular horse, they have the bottom half of a nightmare, which is a fiendish horse that is a Pegasus who has been tortured and had their wings ripped off.
Celeste?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Nightmares already existed. Nightmares are not a thing I made. But I was just like...
But then you made them people.
But then I made them centaurs. Nightmare centaur.
Okay. That's enough for
With-
me. I'm going to bed.
With flaming
I'm
hooves and
sick,
the
man.
ability
I love
to
you.
temporarily jaunt into the ethereal plane.
I did want to say, every time like Cell comes up with something new, it's so
Amazing.
incredible. It's yeah. Lest you are incredibly creative, and that is a detriment to the rest of us.
Hey, you're super creative, and I feel bad about that, actually. Is very funny and a very good take. I think I'm at the point where I'm gonna go ahead and let everybody go. It is so late at night that none of the people that I follow are live. So, I am
I have
picking oh, go ahead.
I have a somebody that I follow that's live. If you want me to, I can.
I was gonna
suggest-
pick just a random person on my recommended channels, but yeah, for sure.
It's Code Channel. She's a V2 trans VTuber. She's a bodega cat. She plays lots of
Give
different games.
Bodega
yeah,
cat.
give Code a nice raid and lots of fluff because she just went through the hurricane.
Yeah,
Oh,
Code
no.
needs it.
Sure, I would love to do that. Yeah, let me drop her a follow and then start the raid. Thank you all so much for being in here. I adore all of you for making it super easy for me to start streaming a D&D campaign. And the way that I have immediately started having so much fun with this project because of how the audience is interacting with what's going on and like how much they're making jokes and riffing off of the things that the characters say. It really is a lot better than I thought it would be. I'm gonna go ahead and send you over. Abby already typed up the raid message. I love you, baby girl.
You're welcome. Nah.
I am sending the raid over to Code Channel. Thank you all so very much for joining and for being part of my silly little D&D campaign. And just like before, I say this every time, Twitch is stupid, and that is more prevalent now than it ever has been. But their website is borked and garbage. And if you are sent into somebody from a raid, you do not count as a viewer towards affiliate goals or partner goals unless you remove the referral equals raid string out of the URL. So if you could get rid of that, refresh the page, allow whoever I am raiding, allow, in this case, Code Channel, to get every ounce of the support that I get from you guys every single time I stream, I would greatly appreciate it. And with that, thank you all so very much for watching. I'm going to send you all over to Raid Code Channel. Thank you very much, and I will see you next time. Ciao.
Bye.
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 Yay. We did it.
We did it! Another really fucking
We did
good
it.
session.
It's
I
fun.
love it.
Thank you for the raid.
Playing in this
Love
game just
Cucumber.
makes me
Enjoy
want to
Jack.
run my
Enjoy
isekai game
Cucumber.
like in this similar kind of format even more because it's so fun.
I think I said this last time, but I'm gonna say it again. I am now pack bonded to all of you.
Oh, I'm tired now.
You can't leave. You're here forever. It's okay, Claire. I'm gonna bully you with face shenanigans, aka you're just going to bully me with my own face shenanigans. That is what happened last night. I got out juked. The character can't say ink for the rest of the campaign.
Oh,
Yeah.
I did this to myself.
have a good sleep.
Yeah, I
Right.
need
That's
to
so
get
late.
up early.
Yes, so we're gonna go ahead and bounce. There's nothing. I want so badly to run this game every single week, but I know I should not do that because I will burn myself out. But it's so fun.
I am going to be thinking about this all day at work tomorrow.